2021. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start, I'd like to welcome two new members, new in quotes for Skip Kunda. Skip Kunda and Chris Brubaker gives us a full house for the first time in a while, which is really great. So welcome, you two. Tonight we have the protocols, the public, it's a webinar, so the public will be able to interact with us in a way other than us reading their emails. So we'll see people in person giving public comment. I think that's right, Steve, right? I mean, that's the size of it, right?
That's correct.
And so it would be great if will the public be on the channel here or will they be off the channel? In other words, I was just going to suggest that people who aren't speaking keep the mute on, so it's easier for us to do what we're doing.
So I think that Ian will be maintaining that. And if the public, when we're ready for public comment, if they would like to state something or address something, they can use the raise hand button, and Ian will allow them in.
Great. Okay, that sounds good. So I guess we should review the minutes of the February meeting, and if anyone doesn't have any issues, we should make a motion to approve them. Do I have a motion to approve the February minutes? Going once, going twice.
I make a motion that we approve minutes from the February 1st, 2021 minutes.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. So the first item on the agenda tonight is 910, 912 Conestoga Road and the property at 26 Wentworth Lane. It's a sketch plan. This is not the first time it's been in our packet, but this plan is quite different from the original sketch plan that was, I believe, in the December packet, or it was on in January, but we didn't deal with it. We could have read it, I think, because I've certainly remembered the original sketch plan, but it wasn't presented to us. So this one's different, but just rules of the road, Steve and Trish, we're not voting to approve a sketch plan, right?
That's correct. So this is an informal way for an applicant to appear before the Planning Commission and get their input, as well as have the township consultants provide the review letters, which they have, and as well as get other staff or Planning Commission input to this, and the solicitor also.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
And can I just also, so we approved the motion, but we didn't all in favor of meeting minutes.
There you go. Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So who's speaking for this application?
Matt, I'm here on behalf of this application. It's Dave Falcone. Good to see you guys. Also, I see Luciano's on, and I don't know, I didn't see whether or not our engineer.
Dave, Rick Stratton.
Oh, I don't see up here, Rick, but okay. So, and Rick Stratton is also on the call. So as you had kind of outlined, we are here as part of a sketch plan and an application for the property that was the old Garrett Hill Pizza down there on Conestoga Road, as well as the residential property that sits behind the subject property. We're talking about both properties because as part of this application, we are looking for a map change that would bring a piece of the property, the residentially zoned property behind, into the front commercially zoned piece of property. You may have seen this application previously, and it involved a more significant redevelopment of the site. The current iteration of the plan and what's really before the township right now is a reuse of the existing building as it stands, with just some refurbishment to that existing building and a maintaining of the existing uses that are there. So we're looking to keep the pizza shop, the restaurant establishment downstairs, as well as the existing residential apartments that are upstairs. We're also looking to keep the existing greenhouse nursery type facility next door in its current shape and its current configuration. Again, looking to maybe just refresh the outside of the building for aesthetic purposes, but no structural kind of expansions or anything like that. Part of the application tonight for the board's consideration down the road is going to be the applicant's desire to put some outdoor seating with the existing facility. Back in the 80s, the existing pizza shop obtained a zoning variance to put 40 seats in the current pizza shop. We're looking to keep those same number of seats. The existing parking that's there today will stay, but we're looking to add additional parking as a part of this application. So it's an existing non-conforming condition with respect to parking, but we're looking to try and make it better by the addition of additional parking. Rick is sharing the plan right now for you all to see. So we did receive some review letters, one dated February 16th from Gannett Fleming, and the other, I think, of even date with February 22nd from Gilmore. So before I turn it over to Rick to describe a little bit about what those letters say and really a more in-depth description of the relief or determinations we're seeking from the zoning board and from ultimately you all, I'll turn it over to Luciano just to give a little bit of background on this property. His family has owned it and operated it for a long time. And so he has some good color as to kind of what's happening there, what he's looking to do, and kind of how we got to where we are. So if that's okay with the Planning Commission, I'd like Luciano just to give a little bit of that background.
That's fine, Dave.
Thanks, Matt. Luciano, so if you unmute and share some of those details with the board, that'd be great.
Thank you. So the two subject properties are 910 and 912 Conestoga Road. There was a house in the back that is 26 Wentworth Lane, and right now it's been demolished. So the current tenant that's only there right now is 912 Conestoga Road, and that's all seasons. And 910, which is the adjacent property, is completely empty. There's two residential apartments above, and below there's two commercial spaces. I'm the current owner of the property, just as of recently, but it's always been in our family for about 40 years. We've been conducting business there. And so I wanted to bring something, I actually grew up in Garrett Hill. I was, born and raised practically in this building here. And it's sentimental to me. So the sentimental part is what's driving me to do this and to bring a revival back into Garrett Hill. I'm looking to do a new, more beautiful, more advanced Garrett Hill pizza. Everything's been stripped down inside. I would like to bring in a outdoor, well-enclosed seating area that's private enough, and the hours would be very limited. We have a variance right now for 40 seats. I don't know how many we'll end up with, And to the left of that, I was even thinking of bringing something like a bakery, something to bring back this town. So this is, again, sentimental to me. I want this to be, it's just sad when I see this building. So that's the main reason what's driving all this for me to do all this. With that said, I have to, you know, parking was always a problem. I see that we need to add some parking in the back. I'm not taking the entire 26 Wentworth lot, but you know, part of it so that it does leave a buffer for the neighbors. And I'm going to turn to Rick right now. But before I do, I just feel like this, you know, the Garrett Hill overlay has been overlooked. And this is what's, I feel like, you know, this is something that that is just driving me to, you know, to bring something back to Garrett Hill. This is my part of giving back. So I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thanks, Luciano. My name is Rick Stratton. I'm with Chester Valley Engineers. I'm the civil engineer for this project. And as Luciano mentioned, and Dave mentioned, there's 3 subject parcels here. One is 910 Conestoga Road, labeled as Lot 3. One is 912 Conestoga Road, that's labeled as Lot 2. And then the third is Lot 1 over here in the back, which is a residential property. Lots 2 and 3 in the front here are part of the Garrett Hill Conestoga Road zoning district. Lot 1 in the back is part of the R5 zoning district. And I think we've talked about the existing uses that were here and are here now. And just to reiterate, there's 5 parking spaces here in front of 910 right now. And then over here in 912, interior to the site, there are a total of 9 existing spaces back here for the garden store business. So the proposed plan, it proposes to take some of the R5, the residential lot, convey that over by a lot line change to the commercial district, and then consolidate this into one lot here, which will contain the pizza shop, potentially another business downstairs, a couple of apartments upstairs. The garden store would remain. And the reason we're conveying some property over to this lot is to allow for a one-way entrance into the site. Vehicles will drive around. There's parking in the back here now. There's some proposed sidewalks and pedestrian improvements here to give folks who park in the back accessible routes to the front of the building. The garden store will remain its own business. It will still have the 9 parking spaces here, but we're adding a total of 12 parking spaces with this new area in the back, and a one-way in, and then a one-way out onto Wentworth Lane. The resulting lot here will get smaller, but it's still large enough to support 1 residential dwelling unit by code. Also, part of the proposal is to propose some outdoor dining in front of 910. And it would be right out here in front of Conestoga Road along the frontage. We see a lot of outdoor dining popping up all over the region right now for obvious reasons, but we think that it's something that will last and thrive. So that's part of the proposal here. With the 12 new parking spaces, there will now, for the combined lot, there will now be a total of 21 parking spaces. We feel that's a vast improvement over the parking spaces that are there now, which are 5 here in the front and 9 here for the garden store. So we're going from 14 spaces up to 21. We realize there's some relief that will be necessary for this plan, and we've identified that relief on the plan here. But I'll just summarize it quickly. One is the side yard setback for this building here. The existing building is going to stay where it is. However, it's an existing non-conforming setback. It's 11.1 feet away from the side property line where 12 is required. We're proposing to maintain that non-conformity. Also in the front, there's a front yard setback requirement of 22 feet. However, the existing building is just over 19 feet. I think it's 19.1 feet. We're proposing to maintain that nonconformity. The other relief we would need is for outdoor dining. There's a couple of sections in the code that address outdoor dining and outdoor facilities. So some relief would be needed for that. Also, relief would be needed for parking requirements. We looked at the uses proposed here and how much parking by code that requires. By code, we believe it requires 29 spaces. We are providing 21, which is an increase over what's there now, but we would technically need relief from that. The other thing that we would need is probably a map amendment. Well, we know it would be a map amendment. The shifting of the property line and transference of part of one lot over to the other would make this area in the back here would now be part of the Garrett Hill Conestoga Road District. Therefore, there'd have to be a map amendment to change that zoning line. And as everyone mentioned already, we did get 2 letters from the township consultants. Those letters pretty much identified the relief and agreed with the relief we would need. In those letters, there's also suggestions on things that need to be clarified and cleaned up once we advance this to land development. But the real purpose tonight is really to get feedback from the Planning Commission, just so that when we do come back for both relief and land development, we have your thoughts in mind. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the Planning Commission, or if Dave or Luciano wants to add on to anything I said, feel free to do that.
So this is Dave. Thanks, Rick. I'll just, I guess, confirm a couple of things and highlight a few. Really, the areas of relief that Rick mentioned, specifically the front yard setback and the side yard setback, are pre-existing non-conforming conditions that we are not exacerbating in any way. So we would be ultimately seeking a determination from the zoning board that these are pre-existing non-conforming conditions that do not require additional relief to stay in their current form. We would also be making a similar argument with respect to parking, insofar as we are bettering the nonconformity, whereas we have an existing nonconforming condition with respect to parking today. We're providing additional parking spaces as a part of this application. Lastly, with respect to the map change and why we are proposing a map change and not simply just a lot line change, it's to allow commercial parking to exist on that area of the newly created property. Under the township's ordinance, you can't have that type of shared parking across zoning districts from residential to commercial. So in order to allow those parking spaces to serve the commercial uses out front, that map would need to change. And then I guess finally, I should say also with respect to the merging of the 2 lots out front, we are of the belief that these uses can coexist on the same lot, although they're separate uses. They are kind of one principal use with respect to kind of commercial use out on the property. So that is something we've discussed with township staff and feel comfortable that merging the 2 lots would not require additional relief.
So Dave,
yeah, Matt.
The one-way entrance right now, that looks like is it a shared driveway now? It looks like it's a between 2 buildings, the drive-in.
It is between 2 buildings. That's kind of that's the existing drive as it sits today. I don't know, Rick, if you have an image you can show of that area. I know we've looked at them certainly offline, but something that maybe could orient the Planning Commission as to its current condition.
The reason I bring it up is it's tight. It's 11 feet, yep. And
there it is.
When I was looking at it today, I was like, I don't know. If there's a big problem, can an emergency vehicle get in there? It's like maybe, but it's like it sounds like staff was a little concerned about that. about the ingress and egress with the width of the roads.
So you can see right there, Matt, the existing condition. There's not a whole lot we can do about that. And there is current parking back there. Are you able to see the screen share?
Yep, yep.
So you've got those two existing buildings, brick buildings. Those aren't changing. The existing drive kind of sits as it sits today. And you can see that's kind of where the residential cars park generally today. Okay. And Luciano, in the back there, and Rick, I don't know if you're aware, is that where we have some of the trash today as well?
Existing, I'm not sure that I have identified where the dumpster is back here, but the proposed condition is to have a dumpster back here. There may be a couple of cans back here, but not a dumpster, I don't think.
So is there a loading area back there? Like a loading dock or something?
By use, maybe, but I don't think it's ever been formally defined as a loading area.
While my family has conducted business there for the past 40 years, we've always had one, sometimes two dumpsters back there, and several vehicles parked there as well. That's where the apartments are above. The entrance to the apartments is in the rear of the building, so that's where all the residents would be parking.
So there's permanent parking going on there. People who live there, basically.
Correct.
So the other thing that I sort of noticed, I went down Wentworth, and I had to pull over 4 times. I had to pull over for drivers coming toward me 4 times in this one little stretch, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, we're going to have more cars going onto Wentworth, which is already tight. Like that, it just struck me, you're looking for like a reaction to this. And it just struck me like, it seems like we're loading a pretty small property with some cars that we could have some issues, because Wentworth is 2 ways, right? Obviously.
Hey Matt, it's David Nat. Having also grown up, spent my entire life here, and as well as many 2 nights ever at Horace P. Jerky's, or the old Jerky's. You have the same issue on, I forget the name of the street that on the other side of that restaurant that dumps onto Conestoga Road, right adjacent to the gas station. So I'm not as, I understand your point, and but I personally am not as concerned about that, just knowing the history of the immediate area.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
The one thing to clarify, the new entrance for Conestoga Road that's proposed here, we're contemplating having it be a left turn only. That would limit any traffic going through the residential neighborhood that's using the parking lot.
Rick, that's strongly advised, and that's something I know we discussed, but just for everybody's benefit that lives in Garrett Hill, that's Summit Terrace where you're at your dump, where this is proposing to exit on. So not for anything though, it's Summit Terrace Road. So you might be confusing people or annoying people with the name of the road.
Okay, thanks.
Well, another question I have is that you're looking to build how many additional parking spots in the back of the existing structure at 910?
There's 11 angled spots here, and then one parallel spot right here.
So from a practical standpoint, once you get your restaurant or bakery or Luciano or whatever you intend to build there, will you have enough business? Will you have enough tables where where this number of people will be at your restaurant at one time? Is your restaurant big enough to handle that type of capacity?
Yeah. So in the past, we've had 40 seats, and we've filled it up several times, and we only had 5 parking spaces. Okay. So this is me, because I've experienced this. It was an issue. So this is, you know, it would have been nice to have an additional 10 spots, but keep in mind, there's already parking sometimes 3, 4, 5 cars in this alley already. So, and sometimes even more. So and that's where usually, you know, where residents parked or employees parked. And, but yeah, I mean, it's 40 seats, you know, you do need more than 5 parking spaces.
And David, one of the reasons for the additional parking is Luciano really does want to try and make the pizza shop, you know, a bit more of a destination type restaurant to help bring some life back to this area, bring people into Garrett Hill, and get that feel of an active, you know, destination, kind of, you know, not a Wayne per se, if you want that much traffic, but definitely to bring some of that life there. And so in order to try and do that, you want to make it as easy as possible for the folks that are coming to come and use the restaurant. And as you know, we noted, the existing restaurant is already deficient with respect to the required parking. So in an effort to try and get it as close as possible to what the township would like to see there, that's why we thought it was important to try and bring some additional parking here.
Well, I applaud, and my hat is off to you, Luciano, for what you're doing, as well as for your commitment and the history that you have with Garrett Hill. I think it's just a lovely area, and it'd be great to have some further life in that small little commercial district.
Yep, I've got a couple of questions. You know, I kind of, David, think the same way. To improve this would be fantastic. Taking the cars off of Conestoga that back into Conestoga is a great improvement. Turning that into a outside eating area, I think, is great. And also, is it possible to bring some landscaping in along Conestoga? I don't know if there's utilities in the way, or is there anything that would stop that? Because this is quite a wide sidewalk, so I think you could easily bring some trees into that area.
Yeah, one of the comments we got from township consultants was to, you know, include some street trees along here. Yeah. Per the code. There might be a little bit of limitation as to, you know, what we can do with street trees just because of the overhead wires. Mm-hmm. But just as a way of, you know, safety, you know, there's probably going to be some planter boxes or something out front here which separates the road from the outdoor dining.
Also, the issue that you're going to have is that if you're going to have outdoor dining, you need so much space between either planters or any type of plants or trees for pest control purposes. So that's something else you should think about.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll think about that.
Are you going to change the facade of the building as well, or?
Yeah, I think Luciano is considering, or actually has a plan to improve the facade. If you want to speak to that.
Okay. And then in the parking area, the new parking area, can you show me that plan? Yes. Yeah. So are you putting landscaping? So you'll be landscaping in that strip as well, right?
Yeah, there's a 10-foot buffer required between parking and the property line. And yes, the idea is to provide some landscape buffering in between the parking and the residential district behind it.
The only comment I have is, if you look back if you show more of the plan, this pedestrian route on the that comes into that same 11-foot seems a little awkward, but maybe you could enhance the other pedestrian route. I mean, to have people walk through that 11-foot zone seems a bit dangerous, I suppose.
Yeah, the sidewalk is shown here adjacent to the building. I don't know that we'd have connectivity from this sidewalk to the outdoor dining. We haven't quite figured out those details, but they'd certainly be able to use this path in between 910 and 912, this new sidewalk, to access the front of the building and the outdoor dining.
Okay.
And Lane, that's actually the encouraged route there, the one you were describing, kind of away from the 11-foot area. So we wanted to make it handicap accessible from that handicap space. And that's why we've provided the sidewalk along the back of the building and then up between the two existing buildings as a safer means of access from that handicap spot.
Will you also have ingress egress from the rear of the building as well to the parking lot?
I don't
Those details
believe
haven't been figured out, but
from the commercial, I don't think from the commercial end, though I do think there is some access at the rear of the building for residential.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a suggestion, maybe and this might help some of the planning commissioners. There's somewhat lengthy review letters. So perhaps you might consider, I think we've gone through the zoning pretty well, but there's a page and a half on land development, and then there's Damon's on traffic transportation and ADA. Perhaps we could ask the consultant or the applicant to step through them to note which ones they're going to comply with, which ones they're going to request a waiver with or waiver for, just something to think about.
Yeah, I think that's fine if that's okay with the applicants.
yeah, we can go through these letters. You know, try to be quick, but
I mean, the reason I felt like this, there was just as I know it's a sketch plan, but the number of variances was sort of astounding to me. Just as, you know, that you guys want a reaction to this plan. I was a little bit surprised by the Christmas tree of variances here. So, and some of them seem like the staff is a little bit concerned about safety, about fire lanes, about turning ratios. You know, that's stuff that, you know, we may not necessarily get into tonight, but I tell you what, in the land development plan, we're going to get into it. Sure. So that what I'm pushing here is that if there's some way to make, you know, to look at some of these issues that the consultants had and say, can we do something about it other than just like we need relief? I would appreciate that.
Okay.
So like I said, Rick, I think we can just move right to Saldo since you and Dave have addressed the zoning.
Okay. Existing principal uses and their driveways on adjacent peripheral strip, railroads or others. Yeah, this is this is just, you know, whether or not we show, you know, all of the features within 500 feet of the property. I think we can do that, and if we can't, we might request a waiver from it.
Right.
But I don't know.
We do that. We allow that often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured right to number 3.
Okay, thanks. No private driveway shall take access to an arterial or major collector street. We feel that the proposed driveway here is the best way to provide access to the additional parking that the site lacks. I don't think there's any other good way to provide access to the site and to those parking spots. So I'm not really sure that there's an alternative there that we can, you know, provide.
It is. So did you consider running it the other way? Coming in off Wentworth? I
suppose we could. I guess we'd have to maybe get a better feel for traffic circulation and whether or not that's a better movement and circulation around the site than the one proposed here. I think what this one affords is easier access out. Personally, when I drive to a place, you know, getting in, I kind of take my time, and when I leave, I want to get out. Mm-hmm. So I feel like, you know, this provides an easier way out. Whereas getting in, we agree, it's a tight area there. Regardless of which way it circulates, you're still going to have that narrowness right here at the corner.
Right.
So Rick, if this should go to a land development application, one of our big concerns is not just getting emergency vehicles in that driveway, but actually making the turn. So what we're going to be looking for is your turning radius for those trucks. And I think that's a big issue there, as well as, you know, we're going to review the requirements for a possible traffic impact study based on what you have.
Okay. Yeah, we would certainly provide turning analysis for the emergency vehicle, not just to the site, but to be able to you know, go through the whole way and to make all these movements. And I think there's improvements we can make to these curb radii, which would, you know, help with that access.
You know, I think that your upper corner there with the awkward sidewalk is a location where you could make a better access for emergency vehicles behind the handicap spot. In other words, without the handicap spot being there, and cut that little corner off, you'd have a much better access to the back of the building.
That is true.
Parking space.
Right, you'd lose one parking spot, potentially two, because if we have a handicap space that needs to be put in one of these angled areas, you need a loading zone next to it. So you not only lose one spot, but you might lose two. But we will think about that. The angled parking, the drive aisle next to the angled parking shall be 18 feet. The plans indicate a 12-foot wide parking. We've talked about ways to make that 18 feet. We may take an additional 3 feet of this property, and we may pull this sidewalk back another 3 feet in this direction in order to make this dimension 18 feet. So we need 6 feet here, and we're going to go 3 this way and 3 that way, and that'll get us to 18 feet required. That will also help with circulation of emergency vehicles for sure.
Yeah.
No more than 10 parking spaces shall be permitted in a continuous row without being interrupted by landscaping. So this really comments on the row of 11 angled parking spaces back here. If we were required to put a green strip in here to break up those parking spaces, we may lose a parking spot. I'm not sure that there's room to grow in either direction here or up here. So we may lose another spot in here if we were required to put a green space separating that. I also know that that's a maintenance headache for anyone who plows, you know, driveways, to have that landscape island kind of break it up. But, you know, that's something we'd have to consider.
But Skip, to your point, if we end up evaluating moving that ADA space around back and ultimately lose a space, that would keep us at 10 and we would not need the landscape island. Isn't that correct, Rick?
Right.
So it would, you know, it would possibly help our access, our emergency vehicle, turning radius, as well as bringing us in a situation where we wouldn't need relief from that area of the code. So we'll look hard at that, Skip. I think it's a good recommendation.
Number 6, the width of the entrance and existing driveways shall be a minimum of 12 feet for one way only. The plans show 11-foot wide drive, and the drive to Wentworth being 12. The drive to Wentworth will eventually be widened to 18, as we talked about here. So, you know, this drive through here will be 18. It may neck down to 12, where it becomes a one-way left turn only out. But we are very limited to what we can do here. I mean, the property line is here, and the existing building corner is here. You know, there's not much we can do there, but provide that wide of a drive aisle.
So then you may be requesting land development, subdivision and land development waivers from the Board of Commissioners to make some, if needed, for aside from the zoning items that we spoke of, like the 12-foot aisle coming out and so forth.
Yeah, Steve,
Right.
that's correct. Most of these comments have the option of them to request a waiver from the Board of Commissioners if necessary. We recognize that the buildings are where they are and you have an 11-foot access, but administratively, you'll still have to request a waiver for that.
I have a quick question. Is that an 11-foot access to the property line or a physical 11 feet between the two structures, the property owner on the other side there?
It's to the property line, not the structure. There is additional pavement over here, which may or may not be used by a vehicle that enters the site. However, this property owner over here, their property line is right here.
Have you had any discussions about some sort of cross easement for each of you to use the wider lane?
Luciano? I've not been part of any discussions with the neighbor.
No, not as yet. We were thinking maybe if we needed to, we could further down the road.
Well, it would fix your lane access problem right now.
Yeah, physically there's 13.4 feet between the buildings.
Is there any use of that lane to service that next door neighbor? Do they have any parking or anything behind? Yeah, it looks like they have parking. Do people go back?
No, it was strictly servicing 910 and 912.
Yeah, the angle of this photo doesn't really allow you to see around the corner, but there's no connectivity between this driveway and the back of the neighboring property. Is there a fence there, Luciano?
There is a fence, yeah.
Yeah, there's a fence right here, which prohibits access through. And these folks, they access their parking off of, is that Gary?
Williams.
Williams, thank you. Thank you. Number 7 is no less than a 5-foot radius curvature shall be permitted for all curb lines and parking areas. We will take a look at the curb radii here and increase those to 5-foot minimums, just to make turning in and out of these tight spaces a little easier for vehicles.
You could possibly take that handicap spot and angle it against the building. Maybe.
Yeah, there is some lost area in here. I agree that that may be something we'll explore as well. It's a good suggestion.
Just one point.
Number 8.
With regard to the ADA space that you were just looking at, that first parking space, does that allow you to expand it over just a little bit to make that additional room that you need for that? Could that be the ADA space?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Is it to kind of do this, like we talked about, the angle?
No, if you got rid of it and then cut the corner there and then use the first angled space instead.
Oh, for this as the handicap?
Yeah, and if you pushed off to the right, does that allow
Right.
you to push off over there?
Yeah, that might be one way to fit in that space and put a loading area in there as well. Every handicap space needs a good pedestrian access to the building. But yes, I see what you're saying there.
Hey, Rick, I'll ask you to address 8, 9, 10, and 11 all together because they're all about plantings.
Yeah, plantings and trees. As I mentioned, the overhead wires in this area, might not be very conducive to the street tree requirement. That in mind, we can think of creative ways to green up the space more than it is today. I mean, I think the garden store does a pretty good job of that, but we don't.
The Shade Tree Commission will gladly assist you.
Yes.
With trees that can be planted under the wires. They have some great ideas on that. So Shade Tree will be a help for you in that respect.
yeah, we'll certainly speak with them. I think there's opportunity to do a little bit along Summit Terrace or you know. So I think on this side, there's a very thin strip here, but there might be opportunity to do some narrow street trees here as well. We'll look into that with the Shade Tree Commission. Does that satisfactorily hit on all 9, 10, and 11?
Well, I guess so. The question is, you're going to meet the requirements for the buffer that Roger pointed out. You say you may be requesting a waiver for the planting island in the 11. I'm just trying to let the planning commission make sure they understanding it's a sketch plan, but you have, or the owner, Luciano, has intent that they would plant the buffers, that they would try to plant the street trees as required throughout the property.
We would try, and we'd meet with the Shade Commission to see, you know, what we could do to comply. But until we meet with them, I don't know that I can make that commitment.
So you don't think the applicant would commit to the buffer zone planting by the parking lot and the proposed lot on Wentworth?
Yeah, Steve, I think the applicant will commit to doing what is possible, and they'll work with the shade tree to figure out what exactly can be planted and how they can do it. But the applicant is absolutely committed to planting wherever possible, and will seek the guidance of the Shade Tree Commission.
So I was looking to hear. Dave, thank you.
I just had one other question with regard to the garden, All Seasons next door. Mm-hmm. The parking spaces for that property, are those used, you know, when it's spring or summer? Or are those taken up with plants and tents and other things?
Luciano, can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as of today, the cars kind of park differently depending on the season. But yeah, usually her, she puts a beautiful display along Conestoga Road. So most of her, if you go back to the Google, so you see a lot of her green displays still there. Notice the empty ones are all in the back, and then the ones that are filled are up towards the front. And so people just usually park back right there where the 5 spots are now. And I was
going to say, the reason I ask is I'm looking on pictures on Google, which show, much more plants and tents and other things in the lot. And I'm just curious, is that parking space actually used, or do they end up needing to go in front of your properties that we're talking about?
They're being used. Yeah, I mean, and she's selling everything from lumber to shrubs to to flowers. So they're all being used. And right now though, it's pretty much all non-conforming and just park wherever, as you can see through all the different time snapshots here. They kind of right now just park wherever, but there's no order to it right now. So, but if we designated, hey, these are her 5 spots. If you look closely, also there's white lines there as well. It may not be on this one; they might be faded, but in the older time slots snapshots, they definitely have white lines painted there.
So, Mr. DeFelice, what you're saying is that those spots will be available if and when the time comes, that they won't be taken up by displays like Mr. Vines was speaking of.
Correct. Yeah. And in addition, my concept is going to be an evening operating hour concept, and something from 4 p.m. and on, 4 to 9. So it's almost, it offsets kind of a little bit because her hours don't really go into the evening.
So to go on Mr. Vine's statement, like after speaking to some residents and looking there, at times I've been told there's actual like permanent, not permanent, but whether it be staging or storage all along that line on Summit Terrace. So in its current form, you might not be able to park there, but I'm just trying to clear this up, because if this went through, and I don't, if it did go through and these were designated parking spots, but the owner of the garden center at one point filled them up with Christmas trees or whatever other garden item, then they're no longer usable parking spots, because that's what occurs now a lot of times. And I'm just trying to get that out there, because that's one of the things I see and people see, and they want to make sure that would be able to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely committed to whatever's going to make more sense for her as well, because I think she's fantastic and she's an asset to the community. I mean, so but as you see, there's plenty of space. It's just everything's kind of misplaced. But yeah, they'll definitely, we'll make them available parking spaces.
I have a couple of questions for Dave, if I can. I just want to make sure I understand the facts. Dave, what was the last use of 910?
The last use was a pizza shop. Isn't that right, Luciano?
Yeah.
With how many seats?
40 seats.
40 seats. They've had 40 seats, Mary, since they got their relief back in the 1980s. The pizza shop has been open, has been closed at different times, but they've maintained that use consistent since that time. There's been no change in use, and there's been no change in seat count.
What was in the area of 910 that you now suggested might be a bakery or some use of that sort?
So Luciano, you can speak to the breakdown in the building there. So there, the pizza shop is there on the right.
Right, I see that.
Yeah, to the left, there's been several different types of businesses over the past few decades, everything from a bakery to a printing shop to a beverage store. But
what was the last use that was there?
It was in both sides was entirely used as Garden Hill Pizza.
Okay, so the last use of the property was using the entire building as a pizza shop with 40 seats, correct?
I apologize. There was a short-term tenant there after, only using the right side with 40 seats. So they were, majority of the time it's been used as 40 seats, but as the last tenant was only occupying the right side of the building with 40 seats.
And who was the last?
Just want to jump in a little bit. I'll double check the food license that we've issued here. I know the tenant space on the left, they tried to convert that to a retail spot. I don't believe we have any records of 40 seats ever being licensed. I thought it was in the 20s, but I will pull up the food licenses that we've issued with the number of seats on there.
Okay, so there remains a factual question as to how many seats have been in the building. And I'm still not hearing a real clear answer as to what the last use of I'm going to call it the proposed bakery area was.
Luciano, so the question is, you just noted that there was a limited time where Rick, you're circling the wrong area. So the area on the right, Luciano said there was a limited time where that was used as a pizza shop, the last use with 40 seats. And then the area on the left, Luciano, Mary's asking, what was that specific space used for last, while that area on the right was being used as just the pizza shop? Is that right, Mary? So you're looking to separate.
That's my question.
Yep, got it.
Yeah.
So what was the last use on the left side?
It was Garden Hill Pizza. So at one, there's an opening that's currently closed between the two sides. So if you were to enter the building, there's an opening that's where you can access the left side of the building, and the last use was where the entire floor plan was used as Garrett Hill Pizza.
All right, thanks. In the rear of the building, you mentioned that previously that area was used as a dumpster storage area and parking for the tenants. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
I just had a quick observation here. You want to add 40 seats outdoors and have 40 seats indoors?
No, it would be a total of 40 seats for the Garrett Hill Pizza shop.
So how many would be outdoors?
Giano, how many are you proposing outside?
Yeah, we haven't gotten that far, but obviously we'd like to maximize the number. We're adding additional 10, 12 parking spaces. So we were actually thinking of, we would like to increase that number if possible. But yeah, we haven't really drilled down to how many seats are going to be are outside. But I don't imagine that many. I don't know how many exactly, but it would be a small confined area, enclosed with planters, so it's not impeding the privacy of neighbors. And the hours are limited. It's not going to be bar hours. 9 p.m. kitchen's closed.
Tonight's purpose is to get planning commission input on the plan, but I also think that based on what I'm hearing tonight, it's probably important to have a staff meeting on this so that we can do an interdisciplinary analysis of the proposed and permitted uses.
We'd be happy to meet with staff, Mary.
Thanks.
Of course.
So Rick, we can maybe cut to the chase on Damon's review letter from Gilmore, number 4, C, D, and then F through J. So number 4, C, and D. And again, these are things that I want the planning, I think it's important the planning commission hears.
Yeah. So 4C is extend the sidewalk along the parking area to Wentworth Lane. I think that makes perfect sense. We can extend that sidewalk all the way to the right-of-way line here. D, the grades and paving side of sidewalks and pedestrian paths shall be continuous across driveways. Driveway aprons shall be designed and provided at the Conestoga Road access. To the extent that we can, provide a compliant apron here, we will. There's also some sidewalk extension proposed here. That's probably in a later comment, but it's been suggested or it's been requested that the existing sidewalk along Conestoga extend in front of this property here. And we will comply with that, but also provide a good apron here for the driveway. E.
So we can just go F through I think.
F through I, thank you. On Conestoga Road, concrete sidewalk shall be designed to be consistent with figure 2 and have a 24-inch brick herringbone border with a 6-inch curb. That comes into details for the extension of this sidewalk. And I think we can easily comply with that and provide a nice herringbone pattern and perhaps extend and echo that into the outdoor seating area. So I think that makes good sense. Along the new proposed curb line, consider providing additional on-street parking along Conestoga Road. I don't know that this plan allows for additional parking right here, just given the width of the cartway. We'll look into that with I guess PennDOT, since it's a state road, and just see how feasible that is to provide parking along Conestoga Road here.
I think just before your site, it looks like we do have parking looking at the aerial. So right. Hopefully it may be feasible too. I'm just thinking of a way to get you some additional parking along that road, and there is shoulder there.
Yeah, there is shoulder here. See striping here, which may prevent parking. But I see right here, there is shoulder here in between what would be the new sidewalk and the traveled cartway. And so we'll see if there's enough width to provide parking there. It's a good comment. Consider installing fencing separating the outside dining area and the adjacent sidewalk along Conestoga Road. We will consider, yeah, we will incorporate some sort of barrier in between the sidewalk and the outdoor dining area. That's for both safety and, you know, creating a pleasant experience for someone who's sitting outside, that they're not getting all the muffler exhaust while they're trying to eat. Indicate the accessible path between the handicap parking space and the building access. With what we talked about earlier, we may be shifting this ADA space over to here. And with that, we'll find the best accessible path from that space to the building. Revise the plans to indicate the building access point. We would most certainly indicate where the ingress is into the building. I'm sure there'll be service doors, but then the main entrances will be here in the front too. So we will indicate those on final land development plans.
So Rick, one of the most important ones, and we've kind of touched on it because this has been a big concern, this is from Damon, coordinate with the fire chief. So Bryn Mawr Fire Company is your primary first responder. So you should talk directly with them, as well as Radnor Fire Company. That's a huge one, as well as exit traffic should be heading to Conestoga Road and not down Summit Terrace and Wentworth. And I think that's a big concern for the residents, and the chairman brought that up. So where would you propose to do your stormwater management? Under the new parking?
Yeah, I think this new parking area is the best opportunity to incorporate some infiltration gallery. The exact size and depth is to be determined based on soils testing and how we can outlet that eventually to the public's stormwater system. But
I'm curious to see how you're going to outlet that too.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any storm drains on either of these streets here, but you know, we will test the soils back here, and we will come up with some way to manage stormwater. Currently, the lot has no stormwater management, so anything we do would be a vast improvement over what exists today. And
that understood, but if you can't meet the ordinance, that's a waiver request to the Board of Commissioners again, right? I understand what you're saying. You're going from zero stormwater management to something, but if something doesn't meet the ordinance, that's a waiver request.
Understood. Install appropriate one-way and do not enter signage along the driveway. We will comply with that. Provide a truck turning template. We talked about that already. We will make sure we can demonstrate that emergency vehicles can get in and out of the site safely, as well as trash removal can access this enclosed dumpster area and be able to maneuver in and out without any conflicts. Coordinate with the fire chief. Steve, you mentioned that, and we will certainly reach out to Berwyn and Radnor on that.
So it's Bryn Mawr, and it's fire chief is Kincaid at Bryn Mawr, and Joe McGuire at Radnor.
So that hits all of Damon's review comments.
So Rick and Dave, have you had any interaction with, you know, businesses around, neighbors, you know, folks who are going to care one way or the other about what's going on here? I think it's going to be important in this project to, you know, to make sure everybody's on board as much as they can be.
Yeah, I think Luciano has spoken to a few of the neighbors, but we will make sure we do that.
Yeah, Matt, we've talked with Luciano about the importance of engaging the community in this process and working with the Commissioner Farhi, on getting neighbor feedback, because this is a project that will have impact on the community there. So it's a good comment. And we've also encouraged Luciano to continue his efforts in that regard. So when we're back in front of the board, we will be sure to have an update in that regard.
It would also be great if you could get on Shade Tree sooner than later, just because Shade Tree is going to have a lot of advice for the types of plants that you can use that within that outdoor area that will work there. And that's just, it's good free advice, and it's like, and we know it works. And a lot of times people aren't thinking about that type of tree. So it would be nice for Shade Tree to have some input before even we have more input.
Understood. We'll make that happen, Matt. Thanks.
So Steve and Mary, where are we on where do you take a sketch plan from here?
So I think, Matt, we take it from here. We go back, we digest your comments, and we turn it into a formal application that would then kind of start going through the process once we've been able to incorporate the comments from the Planning Commission as well as the comments from the consultants. And that would kind of throw us back. We'll get in front of the Shade Tree, and then we'll be back in front of you all or the Zoning Hearing Board, all of the above. So I think the ball is kind of firmly in our court now to be responsive, and we'll do that and be back to you with a better plan.
I think that's all a great plan, but I think before you start redrafting your plans, you do need that staff meeting. I'm still not confident about the facts that have been presented here tonight, and I think we have to try and hash through that by going through our files and making sure that we understand exactly what was there before and the changes that are being asked now.
Certainly, Mary, that's part of the process in digesting the comments tonight and coming back with a better plan. That would be part of that discussion. So we would certainly meet with you and with staff. And, we feel pretty confident in our position with respect to the uses and the existing nonconformities. So we'd be happy to have that conversation with you and make sure we get on the same page.
Matt, can I just jump in real quick?
Sure.
Commissioner, thanks.
Sure, Sean.
Appreciate it. Dave, so a couple things that I've heard, and it's probably not my place to correct here, but I have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. And I'm sure the residents do as well. So I think that it's important that we have a neighbors meeting, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
We completely agree, Sean. Completely.
So before you go and do the next step, or you come back and you get this thing rolling, or decide that you're going to go to Shade Tree or to zoning or to the board, I think within the next week or two, you should have that. You should get that meeting. I'm happy to help you advertise it, but I have a lot of questions. I don't necessarily, Mr. Golos, do neighbors get to ask questions? Is there going to be a comment section time or not?
Oh, absolutely. No.
Okay, okay. For this sketch plan, can we make comments or not?
Sure.
Okay. So I guess because I've gotten a whole host of neighbors that have emailed me. I have questions, and as you all have been speaking, a bunch of neighbors have emailed me saying that they would like to participate and ask questions. So I guess when you guys are done, if it so pleases you, Mr. Golos, and the committee, I would like to just jump in with just a couple, maybe 3-4 minutes with questions, and then I'd like to hear what some of the neighbors have to say.
Sure, Steve, how do we want to deal with that, since we have this webinar set up, but it sounds like Sean has emails?
Yeah, so Commissioner, our residents can sign up right now. They can register to be on the webinar. They didn't have to pre-register or anything, and those directions are in the agenda. I guess it's also perfectly fine if you want to pass on those questions. If you have, X number of questions. That's just as easy and quick, but our residents should all know you can register pre or during the meeting to jump in and be a participant. So Ian, do we have any hands raised or any resident questions prior to the commissioner?
Yes, we have some hands raised. First is Ann Minicozy.
Do you mind if I jump in first and then the residents can speak?
That's okay.
Okay, thanks. So just a couple things. So I know that you're short parking for 8 spaces. Getting back to what, is it Mr. Levine or Mr. Vines said? So if you can enlarge that screen right there. Typically Rita has used those 3 spots. Move down, yep, right there. That is where she does like tree trimmings. She's used the other spots on the side for putting her shrubs up. So my concern there is you need 8 or 9 spots, but you may need 11 or 15 depending on what time of year it is and what her merchandise is and what she's selling. So that's one question that I have there, or concern. The left turn, I guess, I don't know where the no parking is to the corner, but that may adversely affect the mechanic across the street where they can park their cars, because I know that sometimes they park their cars there. I know that if it's Ken Norsini or Betty Lou, they put a new curb in there. So that would be on the Wentworth side. So any cars or trucks that have to make a wide turn may not be able to make it. If you see where that red car is right there, or where those cars are, that's going to be difficult, cumbersome. It's tight. It's a 2-way street, but it's really 1.5 ways. Really a 1.5 way street. So I have that is a safety issue. If they can't make that turn for some odd reason, they have to make a right instead of a left. They're going to be navigating through our side streets, and as the engineer said, when I go, I want to go. Like, I take my time to park, but when I go, I want to go. Those are highly. There's a lot of kids in those streets. The other issue that I have is the seating. So we spoke about the parking, and I personally don't feel that the parking is adequate. But how many residents are going to be upstairs? I mean, what's the other issue I have is, what is the living arrangements or the number of apartments and bedrooms upstairs? And then getting back to the entranceway, it's 11 feet. If you can expand that map, can you expand that map to the entranceway, or even show the picture? Actually, can you go on the Google Earth and show me that from the Google Earth?
Yep.
And these are all my concerns. I'm just, answering them as you see fit. So when you go down to you said it's 11 feet to get in that entranceway?
Right.
Now, I'm looking that there's 2 fence poles in there that probably take a good foot by the time you're done. Do you see those poles where the gate is?
Yeah, one's probably protecting the protruded fence.
Sure. So what's at its smallest, not necessarily and the smallest may be the entranceway, but at its smallest, what is the smallest width getting in there? Do you have that number?
I don't have a measurement of how much this vent extends.
Do you know, is it smaller than 11 feet?
Yes.
Or you don't know? So it would be smaller than 11 feet. So it's the 11 feet is just at the entrance, but the real number should be at its smallest, correct? At its smallest,
correct,
to get a trash truck or a fire engine or delivery truck in there.
Correct.
And then the other side, that little, so that little side, I believe, was a t-shirt or a college shop that sold like Villanova gear, fraternity gear, sorority gear. I know that there was a store in that little shop. I don't know if Garrett Hill Pizzas or Cesano's Pizza, whatever preceded what, but I know that that may have been the last use of that. I don't want this to, so these are my concerns, and that handicap exiting, if you go back to that thing, I feel like if you're handicapped, you're going to be slamming your car door into a wall and you need that extra space. I don't know if it's a van or something, especially if you're the driver. You know, I'm just wondering if there's enough room for someone that's handicapped or that has some kind of impairment to be able to get out. So like I said, I don't want this to seem like this is a bashing. Luciano, you've definitely care about the community. I know you care about the community. I know that you want to fix this eyesore. And I respect that. I've spoken to you about it. And I think it's great that this is something that you want to do, and you want to do this as much as a business entity as it is for the community. And I get that. And anyone here that's listening that doesn't believe that, it's the truth. He grew up here. He grew up in Garrett Hill, and I really know that your heart and soul is here. But unfortunately, with that said, if you want to call it a lot of potential variances or exceptions, or going to zoning hearing, I don't know if this is going to be the best fit for the neighborhood. So I don't want to say yes or no. I'm just looking at these items, what the engineers have brought up, and I'm kind of piggybacking on what some of the neighbors, the emails that have been sent to me. So that's kind of where I am. I don't want to take up too much more of the time, but these are my questions, concerns. So to the engineers at home, if you can, or engineers, if you can maybe address them, if we do, or if rather, when we have that neighbors meeting, I think that's going to be a really good first start. So I will leave it at that. And I know that there are other people that want to chime in. Thanks.
Good evening. I hope, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm Ann Minicozy, and my family and I live on Radnor Avenue right now in the 4th Ward, but we lived for 12 years on Wentworth Lane, so very much familiar with the neighborhood. And then I also volunteer with the Community Breakfast Collaborative. It's a nonprofit, and we have offices at Radnor United Methodist Church, so sort of next door, just a little bit further away. I want to disclose that my family and I are huge fans of Garrett Hill Pizza. When the Marcasanis had the pizza for a long time, and even Cesano's was fine, but we are, just big fans. So very much in support of the effort. A couple of things in terms of history, and I'm glad to have a chance to speak, although I wish I could see you all, and also wish I could be in person with you all. In terms of the history, Garrett Hill Pizza was in the one side, I guess 912, where the pizza ovens are and everything, with 40 seats. And at a certain point, as Mr. DeFelice said, the Marcasanis had the property next door and opened it up and had additional seating, probably more than 40 seats in there. I had been to several birthday parties and things there, where we would just decide to sit in there rather than in the sort of the main section. At lunchtime, we used to just sit in the main section, just depended. So, and then if you're adding outdoor seating, you could easily have 120 seats. Although a question for the Planning Commission is, I don't know that we have permitted permanent outdoor seating yet. That we discussed that in Commissioner Farhi's neighborhood meeting a few months ago. So that would be a concern there. Another concern, these are not necessarily in order, in terms of the business next door, the flower shop. I've also bought a pie there. as well as decorations and firewood. Those spaces in that lot belong to that business, right? So I don't know that you could count those as being available. Probably my main largest concern is having an anti-demolition ordinance. I don't know that we have an anti-demolition ordinance in our township, but just very concerned that 26 Wentworth Lane was purchased and then demolished. That a question for the Planning Commission, I guess ultimately for the commissioners, is at what point, what boundary do we have extant, or do we need to create some kind of policy where you would stop demolishing? Because I'm concerned about the owners of 28 Wentworth Lane. They've been owning that property since 2015. Certainly a way to make enough room for this idea is to just go ahead and knock another house down. And that really starts to concern me, because we have very little affordable housing space in Radnor Township, for one thing, but then also Garrett Hill is such a fantastic neighborhood. And I know so many of you who are on this call because we've lived here for a long time, and I know everybody's heart's in the right place. But just thinking that this might be a tight fit for the space that's available. A very real concern also is when you, at the junction of Summit Terrace and Wentworth Lane, which has a fascinating history, at that juncture with Conestoga Road, there used to be a time where there was not a driveway cut at Rosemont Business Campus, but that happened. And now if you have parking along the front of Conestoga Road, where it fronts to 910 and 912 Conestoga, you might not have the visibility to make a left out of Summit Wentworth to head west on Conestoga Road. So you might have to put a traffic light, because it was my concern a long time ago, just trying to get out of Summit Wentworth with the added driveway cut, that it was quite difficult because of the added traffic. And then finally, the stormwater was mentioned. On a hard rain, all of our backyards would always flood. So we would take pictures of it, and then the kids would run around in it, of course. But that's a concern, that you would have additional stormwater management challenges. So I appreciate Commissioner Farhi's comments very much. I guess he was the one who kind of broke the ice and said it might not be the best fit for the neighborhood. I want that pizza, but I'm just concerned that it's a tight fit. And I'm also concerned about the encroachment into the neighborhood. So thank you very much. I've been on the call since 6 o'clock, waiting my turn to share the public comments. So I know I went past 4 minutes, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and if anybody could answer those, that would be great.
I'm not seeing any more public comment. Oh, one second. Roberta Williams.
Roberta Winters, and I live on 326 Williams Road. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. And I would like to address the planning board regarding this land development project for 910, 912 Conestoga Road. And I'd like to begin by thanking the staff and also their consultants, and also you as members of the committee for reviewing the sketch documents and plans. I think the findings that have been itemized tonight address many of the concerns of those who live in the area and those who are familiar with the unique characteristics of this community. I was particularly pleased to hear that some of you have actually visited the site, and I hope others will do the same as a way to guide your decision making. I would say that what you have in front of you is a jigsaw puzzle. And as many of you know, Conestoga Road was built on a route of a trail used by Native Americans, and it predates the American Revolution and became known as Old Lancaster Road before it became Conestoga Road after the wagons that once traveled its muddy, rutty way. Its path and many of the buildings in our community predate zoning ordinances, and as a result, development here can be quite a challenge. And many of these challenges were addressed by the community-based Garrett Hill Overlay District, and potential options and sketches in these areas and plans are included on the township website. And some of the addressed transportation changes included such things as shared parking, changes in the roadway, sidewalk configurations, and even one-way streets. And I think we need to look at those again if we need to develop in new ways. The review of the current proposal of 910, 912 indicate areas that will require further permits, variances, and zoning changes. I believe many of these are well beyond what you're willing to grant, and in my mind, perhaps rightfully so. As a part of the community, we have three challenges: parking, traffic, and stormwater management. And as designed, this development will tend to exacerbate all of those problems. Recent snowstorms have magnified issues as roadways and parking spaces have been reduced in size. Two cars cannot pass easily on our streets on good days, and in recent weeks, it's been nearly impossible. Even without snow, I have seen trucks having difficulty negotiating parking along Conestoga for deliveries to existing restaurants. I've seen such delivery trucks trying to negotiate down Williams Road, across Streer, and not being able to make the turn onto Wentworth without repositioning themselves backwards and forwards for several minutes. As I look at the sketch, I cannot imagine the trucks picking up from the dumpster and heading onto the one-way access road onto Summit Terrace. Currently, vehicles often take that turn from Conestoga onto Summit Terrace at speeds that would prompt collision if such a plan became reality. An increase in traffic on narrow streets is unwelcomed. Cars pulling in and out of spots onto incoming traffic coming up and down Conestoga Road has also been a source of hazards. An additional increases in pre-pandemic traffic was particularly noteworthy as Lancaster and Montgomery Avenue became more heavily traveled. The Garrett Hill community is short on parking, not only for commercial areas, but also residential areas. Homes were designed for people with one car, not two or three. Overflow parking is on all of our side streets. With student rentals, parking spaces have also become a premium. Even with customers walking to nearby sit-down and take-out restaurants and additional home lots modified for parking along Williams, it's not unusual for cars associated with commercial enterprises from overflowing down 2 or 3 blocks into our residential areas. People use cones, furniture, and other obstacles to reserve their spots on the street. This creates a dilemma for both homeowners and visitors to our community. No one on this committee is unaware of the stormwater issues facing the township. It appears that additional surfaces will be paved as part of this plan. Just how much of an impact this will have remains to be seen. As a walker, I encounter many puddles along the roads and sidewalks, even when it's unrelated to snow melt. My neighbors have sump pumps that are frequently being used. On numerous occasions, we have not been able to drive down Conestoga Road beyond Clem McCrone Park because of high water. With this development being near the high point of, quote, Garrett Hill, I wonder what its impact will be on properties downhill and downstream. As we know, extreme climate events of the future will no doubt play a role in expanding our need to mitigate stormwater. In closing, I want to thank the Planning Committee for the opportunity to share our concerns, and I appreciate Luciano's plans. I've talked to him. I know he cares about our community, and I know together we can come up with something that'll maybe fit our community and fit his needs as well. And we would like to become a part of your considerations as you look forward to become for appropriate development with common sense that addresses the public good of our community. And I also believe that I have not measured it. I think Williams Road, which was mentioned, is wider than Summit and Wentworth in that area. And also that while you think we need a little more life around this facility, I think when Villanova lets up its current restrictions, there'll be a resurgence of life in the Garrett Hill community. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Ian, are there any other folks waiting to comment?
Yes, Lynn Ellis.
Hello, this is Lynn Ellis. I live at 908 Lewis Lane, right down the street from this development. I would like to suggest that since you're combining lot 2 and 3, that you make the entrance Rita's entrance for all seasons and to switch the parking to the other angle and not have that exit onto Wentworth. The people will go down Wentworth and Summit Terrace. They do it on Lancaster Avenue where there's a no left turn on Garrett Avenue. I see it all the time. So I think it shouldn't, the driveway should not be flared like that, which encourages it on an extremely narrow street with on-street parking, which is short in the neighborhood, and just have a continuation loop through Rita's. Thank you.
And I'm not seeing any more public comment for this applicant.
So given, is there any other planning commission comment? No. Is there any staff comment?
No, sir.
No, Mr. Chair.
So I guess we've all heard a lot of different opinions on this project. It is a sketch plan. There's a lot of work to be done in the future here. See where this turns, how it turns out. The commissioner in this area is so well aware of what's going on. I think it's a great idea to have the community meet with the development team. That's step one, and we know that when that hasn't happened in the past, it's usually a really bad scene. So I'm really looking forward to that happening, and I guess does anyone have any reason to continue this tonight, or shall we move on?
Move on.
Mr. Norsini, is that all right?
Yes, sir. So I think Mr. Falcone and Mr. DeFelice, they have a lot of information to go back and come up with a revised plan.
We do, Steve. Thanks everyone for your comments. Thanks, Commissioner Farhi, Ms. Minakazi, Ms. Winters, Ms. Ellis. Thank you all for your feedback. We'll take it. We'll be meeting with several different groups here. We'll be reaching out to you, Commissioner Farhi, and you and Mrs. Eberly to set up a meeting with staff and with the community. So if that's okay with you, Sean, we'll use you as a point person to get in touch with the community and set up those meetings. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, no, I will definitely do that. I know that there was a little bit of concern where that 1,000 feet is. I think that hitting those homes on the back end of Wentworth and Summit, as well as Williams, maybe even Bailey, Dreer, Lewis, and Rockingham. I think that's kind of where the meat is. You can hit the towers, what I call the towers of Radnor House or the condominiums, kind of less of a, and then maybe Garrett Avenue. But that's kind of the main crux, because if there's going to be left turns and right turns down Wentworth, they're all going to have to feed out through either Bailey, Rockingham, or what's the other one? Bailey, Rockingham. What's the other one?
Summit.
Well, yeah, or Summit.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. So we'll be in touch, and we appreciate your assistance in trying to help facilitate those. Yeah, meetings.
Whatever you need, Dave. Just let me know.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's move on to our second item on the agenda. It's 822 Glenbrook Avenue, final land development plan. There's Nick. Nick, how are you? So this plan, we granted preliminary approval at our last meeting. You went before a zoning hearing because the plan changed a bit. You added one apartment unit.
Yeah, what happened, Matt, is we went to zoning first and we got the approval for adding one apartment unit. You may recall that this was an existing apartment, kind of not in good condition. Mr. Rubin has taken over a string of those apartments there on Glenbrook and has rehabbed them. This is the last one in the line. The proposal is to raise this building, construct a new building on the exact same footprint, no increase in impervious or anything of that nature. We needed relief from the zoning board because we were adding one apartment. That then proceeded the Planning Commission. Planning Commission recommended both preliminary and final approval on the plan. It did proceed to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners did recommend preliminary approval, but we're back to you now for final approval. The holdup was on the sewer modules, of course. This plan does not go through RHM. It goes the other way through the Cobbs Creek area. We have received the exemption from DEP, and we're just waiting on the municipalities further downstream to grant approval that they have capacity for this one additional unit. So we're here this evening before you just for final plan approval, and then hopefully proceeding to the Board of Commissioners for their approval on the final plan as well.
So Nick, so nothing has really changed from the time we granted our preliminary approval?
That's correct.
Planning Commissioners, any comments? I think we really like this. I think we all felt that the neighborhood deserved this, and it was a smart plan. And does anyone have any further comments before we ask for a motion?
I have a question for Roger. His review letter says final plan approval won't be granted until planning module approval is received from DEP, and Nick said that they got their planning module exemption. Do you have any concerns, or you think it's ready for final plan approval?
Is that a question?
It's a question for Roger.
For Roger.
The planning module approval is a requirement of the township. I was asked by the solicitor's office to put that into my letters until until we received approval. I have not seen the exemption that Nick is talking about, but I am well aware from speaking with DEP that they're just awaiting for the downstream capacities. So in my opinion, I feel that this could move forward. It's no different than when it was at preliminary approval, and I would recommend that if the board would consider moving this forward, that it be conditional based on the receipt of all of the appropriate paperwork from DEP and the downstream conveyance facilities, and consideration of granting the waiver for the features within 500 feet of the property, which was granted at preliminary. Administratively, just grant that waiver again.
So again, is there any other commission comment?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the final plan.
With the conditions on the DEP?
Conditioned on the acceptable to staff, either waiver or actual module.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Do we need to do public comment?
Oh, correct. That's right. Is there any public comment?
I'm not seeing any public comment.
Should we take a vote on approving this?
Can we go through your recommendation again, please?
Yeah, what he recommended was to approve the final plan approval conditioned upon receipt of the planning module exemption, and further recommending the grant of the waiver for existing features within 500 feet of the property. Is that right, Roger?
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. I don't know where Skip went, but I'm sure he's in favor of this.
Sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Seeing none, vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
See you, Nick.
Bye.
Bye. Next up on the agenda is Eastern University zoning map amendment and Eagle Radnor Road Eastern University preliminary final land approval. Land development plan. I'm assuming
I'm
Dave's
back. I'm back, Matt. Yeah, Nick always gets the easy ones, I'll tell you. That guy sweeps in, sweeps out, no problems. So we're back here. We were with you all last month and a couple of months before that. This is the project, as you're all familiar with, over at Eastern University. We are the equitable owner of the property, and we are seeking a map amendment change from PI to R2. And as part of that map amendment, we are proposing a development of 20 residential homes. That's just kind of the very brief overview. Again, we've been in front of you a few times, and we've also had kind of the good fortune to have several of you out to see the site since our last meeting. And I'll just basically give an overview of where I think we stand right now. We are seeking a recommendation tonight from the Planning Commission to move this on through the process with the understanding and with the knowledge that, just so I guess some of the neighbors that are out there listening, this is really just the beginning of this process where the neighbors will have an opportunity to be a part of it. If we're so fortunate to get a recommendation tonight from the Planning Commission, we'll then move on to the Board of Commissioners, who will start the process there. There'll be more discussion in front of the Board of Commissioners, both on the map amendment as well as the land development plan. And then again, prior to a final land development plan, we'll be back in front of the Planning Commission for an additional recommendation if it gets bifurcated into preliminary and final. I know we're seeking a preliminary final recommendation, but there will be additional opportunity for neighbors to offer feedback and to be a part of this process. This is just the planning process. And we think at this point, we're in a good spot for a recommendation to bring it forward to the board. The staff comments we've gotten, I'll ultimately turn over to Rob just to basically run through those, but we do believe we're going to comply with those letters, and we'll respond accordingly there. One of the main issues that we're seeing and we're hearing from the neighbors is that there's some concern around how we are intending to restrict this property. And I know that one of the promises we made at the last meeting with you all is that we would have pushed out a restriction that we intend to put against the property. We have done that. We've pushed it out to the neighbors. We've gotten some feedback there, and we're going to incorporate that feedback into the restriction. Just so there's clarity around that, it's not an agreement with the township in any way. It's a commitment from this developer that benefits only the neighbors. It really does not run in favor of the township. We're not seeking township approval for it. It's distinct from any township process. To the extent the township wants to place restrictions on the property and ask us to do so, it has that right as part of conditions, as part of our land development process. So we will, I'm sure, be in discussions with the township should this plan move forward. But the restriction that we've proposed is one that we've done unilaterally. We've spoken with Eastern to be a part of that because they're obviously the existing fee owner of the property. But again, it's something that we're committed to doing as part of our process with the neighbors and our discussions with them. So again, we've pushed out that document. We will continue to refine it, and we will make it of record before this application really moves on. But as far as you're concerned and the township's concerned, it's something at this point we'll finalize with the neighbors and get them comfortable that the property will be subject to really only 20 homes, and that there'll be no further subdivision of any of the lots that are on the property. So with respect to the restriction, that's how we intend to move in that regard. Another comment that we did hear from the neighbors since our last meeting with you all had to do with some of the materials that we were proposing to use in our homes and what some of those renderings would look like. Tonight, Mark Stanish is going to show some of those renderings and architecturals to the Planning Commission so that they can be viewed from the neighbors. We did present them to the neighbors in in a few of our meetings and have shown them. And we do intend to make our development consistent with those plans. And as part of that commitment, we have proposed some architectural restrictions that we intend to make notes on our plan so that when they do become plans that are reviewed and ultimately considered by the township, they'll be subject to these notes that, again, we are intending to subject the property to. We'll also include those restrictions as part of our declaration for the property so that, you know, any community homes that would be built and anybody that would take title to the property would be aware of those restrictions, but they'd be recorded in two places. They'd be recorded on our land development plan, and then they would also be recorded in our declaration. The next issue that we had heard had to do with our impervious coverage on the site and how it was being handled and what was existing today versus what would be proposed as part of the application. Rob can speak directly to that when he gets the mic, but the existing impervious on the site today is significant, and we will actually have, I believe, slightly less impervious than is there today. And the current condition is completely uncontrolled. And as we've committed to this board before, we are going to be designing stormwater management that will exceed the township's requirements. So we are confident that the conditions with respect to impervious cover on this property will be far better moving forward than they are today. And Rob, again, can speak specifically to that. Another request that was made by staff at our last meeting had to do with the extension of the sidewalk along Walnut Avenue all the way out to the park. That is something that we committed to do, and we've since fleshed that out more with staff. And ultimately, what we've also committed to do is to fund the pedestrian crossing over the existing creek that you have there. Now, we understand that ultimately the property owners along that road are going to have to work with us and work with the township to allow for that crossing, but it's something we've agreed to fund. And if it's, you know, a requirement that we escrow as part of our plan, we're committed to doing that. If the township sees, you know, a bridge improvement there, that would, you know, delay the installation of such a crossing. But we, again, are in a position to fund that pedestrian crossing as well as install or fund the sidewalk out to the park. And then I guess lastly, before I turn it over to Mark, will be some of the comments that we've heard from the neighbors are that, you know, this developer will have, you know, the project approved and then ultimately step away from it. And that is not the case. The applicant is committed to seeing this project all the way through. They'll obviously bring on a builder to assist, but Concordia and the folks that the neighbors have gotten to know, specifically Devin and will be a part of this project through its completion, and we'll see that it's completed and that all of the conditions that they've accepted and all the promises that they've made to the neighbors will see their way to the end. So with that said, I will turn it over next to Mark to show some of those architecturals.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to meet this evening. I know it's getting late already. I wanted to start with, in talking with Devin today, especially, he asked me to go through some of the architecturals. And so I wanted to do a brief summary of what we presented to the neighbors, not in a township meeting, but what we started with. And I think it really helps understand what we did so that we could relate to the neighborhood. So we did a little analysis of the existing neighborhood here, and you can see this is the North Wayne neighborhood. This is the site we're talking about. It was very interesting when we did this to realize, my associate that was helping with this, you know, that this was a development in every sense. You'll see on the next slide some of the models, but these are the lots in that development, and you can see how many lots.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, that's the problem. Sorry about that. Let's see how I can do that. Share screen. Sorry about that. There it is. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is the development, the North Wayne Historic District here. You can see the lot size, and this is the lot that we're talking about here. What we did when we did the analysis is we went through and found some pictures from the Historic Society. And you can see this is when it was being built. I know some of the neighbors' concerns about new streets and things. You have to remember that, you know, whatever 100 years ago or so, this was all new. And these were the models that were going up. So we looked at all of this information. And I'm trying to go quickly here because I know the night is getting late. These were the models that you were allowed. There were 8 of them. You got to choose between, and you can see there were variations on them. There were, you know, interesting railings. Some of them had porches, some of them didn't, some of them had towers. And so we went through and took pictures in the neighborhood and tried to analyze what it was about these houses that gave them their distinct flair. And we wanted to copy some of that stuff. Of course, it's hard to really replace what's there with, you know, something new in our development. But we saw in all of them, there were large gables on the ends. There was also a feature at the upper gable, a lot of use of cedar shakes and different patterns, interesting posts. This one here has these very large posts. And this is all from this one model from the Pillar House. Again, the large front gable, a continuous frieze board that ran around that has sort of established a line. And I won't go through this with all of them, but I'm going to flip through so you can see each of them seem to have a lot of that in common, the different gables. But you also get to see some of the variation. Although this house was built a number of times, this one has a side porch and, you know, this beautiful sort of arched entryway. This one has stone and a square entryway and no porch. So each of them really varied. Again, I don't know whether a porch was removed here or this is what was originally looked like, but you can see the differences in each of these models and how they were adapted possibly over the years, but possibly at the time. And then this one, which is, you know, one of the funnier ones when you see this roof swooping down, and then some people have filled in the porch, or maybe that was, you know, what was there originally. But again, porch on the front, large columns, you know, interesting roof lines. We keep going with them. And again, this model, and one of these homes like this is one I did, I remember years ago, I did an addition to the back of the house, you know, didn't change the front of the house and struggled to get these beautiful roof lines to continue in the back of the house. Luckily, we were able to. And you can see this one has a much smaller front porch and a lot of interesting windows. The tower house, of course, I'm sure you're all familiar with that one. And again, the different variations on that. And then this was the Japanese house that I would imagine this one has the porch removed, but again, the difference is different types of dormers, swooping roofs. So we designed 2 models for Concordia that had different floor plans. Now, our sites are different. The setbacks are different in today's world. You know, I'm not sure all of them met all their setbacks. And also we have attached garages, which most of, you know, people really want to live with today. So this was our Model A, where we were, this is just one of the pictures of it, but what we were trying to do was recreate some of that by wrapping a porch around, by keeping the line here, by using different materials, the stone, the cedar shakes, and potentially some siding up here, the dormers, the different roofs. And in this model, we've pushed the garage back so that it had a different type of look. We used brick accents on chimneys. And this was our analysis of that. You know, I wanted to show you that first so you could see, but this was our analysis of it where, and these show the materials that we were using. We are using asphalt roofs. We're using brick veneer. When we wanted to be clear, we were using PVC trim boards, which means, you know, people would call it plastic, but it's really just plastic wood, if you will. It'll get painted. You won't be able to tell the difference between it and the wood at all, and it will last a long time. And that comes in a lot of different trims. The vertical fiberboard cement siding, we're not using a lot of wood siding anymore. All of you that lived with wood siding know what that's like, but there's a pledge here to not use any vinyl siding, and none of the trim is capped in aluminum. Of course, the windows would be aluminum clad, as most new windows are. Pre-finished Eastern white cedar shakes by Maybach or someone else. A lot of these come pre-finished because they last longer. The continuous band board around the stone that also has the flares. And these are real stone veneers. They're real 6-inch stone veneers. They're not fake stone. We'd like to use some metal roofs, which you saw some on in some of the other houses. And even each home we're going to do, we're trying to do variations on this. Here we're using muttons in the upper windows and not in the lower windows. We're using groups of 3 windows. This is a living room here. And in this one, the porch wraps around the side. This is the same model as this. It doesn't have the front porch, but it has the double gables that we saw in some of the other houses. Here, instead of stone on the bottom, we're using siding, potentially in a darker or a contrasting color. Again, with the groups of windows in the bedrooms and the dormers here. This is another variation on that theme. These are all the things that we showed the neighbors previously. This is our second model. And again, this one has a lot of the stonework on it, arched windows, panels over the front door. This version doesn't have a porch. You'll see a version of the porch on that. Another gable here, repetitive windows, cupolas. This was a variation on that where we took the porch, and we really all like this one where the porch could be extended out. This doesn't fit on all the sites, but we had this particular model in a flipped version in mind for the corner of Walnut and Radnor Street Road, where you'd get a view, and you'll see that at the end. Again, same sort of analysis of what we were doing, flagstone paving, the different railings, the shingle flares, things like that. So the materials that we were using were the cedar shakes, fiber cement siding, 6-inch stone, PVC trim, asphalt roofing, and hardscape paving. And then these are just some of the details we studied on houses that I've done in other areas that I personally designed and had built, and then some of the houses in the area that we just wanted to copy. The little details like this, very easy to do, a lot of fun, the projections here. Again, here's the beaded edge cedar side. Not cedar siding, it is not cedar siding, it's cement siding. Corner boards, some may have mitered corners, the trim, up in the gables, here's beaded siding, and potentially some vertical siding also. Real stone, these are some sample panels that we've done in other jobs where you can see the different types of stone and different types of mortar. This is the type of thing that you can take 2 homes that are similar, and with using different stones on them, it really looks different. We can see bringing in some brick, especially some painted brick. Again, these are just more details with swooping roofs, brackets at doorways. These are on the back of the house with some metal roofs that break up the elevations, little awnings over windows, things like that. The panels built like this with the trim, and then different types of asphalt roofs. They're all dimensional shingles so that they have some interest. They're not flat roofs. And then Concordia is also committed to doing flagstone walks, brick walks with detail. It could have brick borders. It could have cobblestone borders. And when we did those models, we then put them on a few lots. This is similar to the film that you saw at the last one, but the film you saw had a lot more added. But I just wanted to run through this so you could see what these models actually look like on a site, and how I hope that the neighborhood understands that we're trying to be sympathetic to them. I have to say, one of the comments after the presentation, though, was North Wayne is a more varied neighborhood than just the homes that you saw in of those different models. And I think this neighborhood could accept that. It needs to be, and I think we're heavily committing to traditional architecture here. But there's a few other forms that I think would fit in here, really beautifully. So these are the houses. This is one we were proposing for the corner. There's that extended porch there. You don't get to see it much with the landscaping. This porch, this is the Model B with the porch wrapping around this way, not sticking out. Again, this is the porch coming out on the edge here. This was Walnut Avenue here and Radnor Street here, capturing that look. And these are the sides of the house, because we've also pledged to make the sides of the house as attractive as the front. I'm sure you've all seen the buildings some of the homes where there's just no windows on the sides. That's not what we do. That's not what Concordia does. But especially these homes that the sides of them face Radnor Street Road, we really want to make that as beautiful as the front. That's the side of the home we were potentially proposing for, the corner of Beech Tree and Radnor Street, where we have a full walkout basement here. But by taking the roofs down low and creating porches on the back, that we're really keeping the scale of the houses down. And again, playing with that kind of architecture with the swoop roofs. That's the one on the next corner, where we're trying to, bring some detail in. Both of these homes are the same model. So we're trying to make them look different with the different materials, the different color choices, and whether someone decides that they want a porch, a larger porch, a smaller porch. So that's what Concordia and I are committing to, and that's the type of architecture we see here. I don't know if anybody has any questions for me now. The only other thing was, we also did a study where that same model had other forms, something a little bit more colonial, but with a large porch across the front. That was one of the ones you saw. I've seen this home and around Wayne a lot with the double bay windows and the pent roof that goes across there. Each of these, has a little different flair to it, but I think it would all fit in that very traditional neighborhood. So I don't know if anybody, like I said, I don't know if anybody has any comments or questions.
Mark, this is David Nat. I do have just one question. First, quick comment. Your designs are beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Really, really, very, very impressive. I just don't know, or maybe you, or maybe Dave Falcone or someone else from your team can answer this question. Are these homes going to be spec built, or with your designs in place, or when the house is pre-sold, they're going to say, okay, Mr. Customer, we are going to build a house. You have one of these three or one of these four models to choose from.
The way it typically works is sometimes the builder will spec, and Devin can answer this, but the builder will spec maybe a house or two, but oftentimes the client comes in and he may choose a model, but then he customizes the model for their needs. So, that's why it's a lot more fun. Someone wants a larger master suite. Someone wants, a bigger outdoor space or a bigger porch, or there's, that's what makes each of these houses. That's what allows us to have something to start with. In a development like this, a lot of people don't even want to start from scratch. They want to have something they're working with and that they've seen before, but then we don't ever want to have like the cookie cutter look. And that's why we need to have the flexibility. I know there were questions in the beginning about, could every home have a big front porch? And the answer is really no. We don't even really want that. We're encouraging most of the homes to have it, but on some sites it doesn't work as well. On other sites, maybe the client doesn't really want that. So we're going to make the front elevation just as beautiful, but not have a porch on that one. But that's usually what happens. Is I don't think that they're speccing the entire project. That would be,
I guess as a follow-up question and point is that, what's the reality once these homes are built? How much will they deviate from what you just showed us?
So David, I can just speak quickly to your initial question, and it might get to your second question there. With the exception of the model, all of these homes are going to be pre-sold so that the owner will have the opportunity to really customize the home. They'll be limited in some regard to the models that you're seeing here, but then the customizable options beyond that is where they'll get to make the home unique. So this will not be a spec development.
Okay.
Right. And since what happens is, since they're controlling the architecture, one of the ways they're controlling it is by, right now, as far as I know, I'm the only architect that's involved here. And that was the commitment that, I would be designing all the houses, and I know, I'm helping set up these constraints, and I know what they need to be on each site. So each one, that's what I can judge, to make sure the houses look different and have that variety that people want, the non-cookie cutter style. But we can also take what someone else wants, whether it's I already had to adapt one. There's one site that doesn't really fit right. And it was fun to think, okay, if we move the garage here and we move the mudroom back here, oh, look, it's basically a similar floor plan that people would want, but we were able to fit the garage in differently, and therefore the front elevation looks entirely different.
Thank you very much.
Dave, I had one question. Did you include the restriction on the covenant, restricted covenant in the papers that we received?
So we didn't, and there's a reason for that. So at this point, you know, in order to avoid any perception of contract zoning, Lane, that we're making some agreement with the township, we are, you know, we're focusing the effort on getting the feedback from the community.
And
with respect.
I'm sorry, Dave, I'm going to take that from you because I think I can shortcut it, Lane. Our office specifically asked that he not forward that to the township. We just don't want any implications about contract zoning.
Understood. I just was looking in the 240 pages in front of me. Thanks.
Thanks, Mary. So if there are no more questions for Mark from the commission, I'll just have Rob jump on and discuss some of the comments in the letters and where we stand on that. And then I guess we go ahead, Mary.
I constantly interrupt you. I apologize. But before you have him jump on and do that, I'd just like a word to the Planning Commission about one of the best assurances that we can have that you're going to, if you change the zoning ordinance, you're going to get everything that you want, is running the preliminary and final plans parallel with the zoning ordinance amendment. That's part of the reason why it's being done like that. So if there's things that you think are very, very important, make note of that so we can make sure we include them in any recommendations for land development approval. And that's the shortest way I can think of to say.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. And we definitely welcome that. And that's part of why we're in front of you all, is to get those things brought to light so that the Board of Commissioners can, where they deem appropriate, make them conditions to the extent that they want to move forward with this approval. So that there'll really be multiple opportunities to ensure this property is developed as folks are expecting it to be.
Well, Dave, you know, to that point, can you talk a little bit, or can someone talk a little bit about, when I saw the property last week, this development looks more R1 than R2, even though I know it's R2, because of the density issue. You've done a great job with that, but you haven't really spoken to the rest of the commission the way you spoke to Skip and I. So about, you know, making this development look as spacious as it does, especially with the tree cover, and the buffers, and all that stuff.
So the nature of the site, it's just about 20 acres, Matt, and we all know the R1 zoning is 1 acre zoning. So density on this site, while it would not be 20 homes under R1, it would be just a few less. So by asking for R2 zoning, we are attempting to put the full 20 homes on the site. We've worked with the neighbors to space them appropriately to keep a lot of our existing plantings. As you know, we went in front of the shade tree. We are doing extensive landscaping. We're keeping lots of open space around the community, keeping lots of dense vegetation where it exists today, and allowing that to continue to keep the feel of the community. One of the things where I know folks have been really focused, in addition to the density, is the idea of impervious coverage. And we've designed a site that is R1 compliant, although it's R2 zoning. And we've also factored into that design additions to the home with respect to, you know, decks, additional patios, porches, So we're factoring all of that into our stormwater calculations, even though it's not there today. And we're still at an R1 condition, and we're over designing it even at that point. So we're very sensitive to the stormwater conditions on the site, and what we're proposing would be better even than if it were zoned R1. So the real reason for the zone is to pick up the additional, I guess, 2 lots approximately, and Rob can correct me on that, but that's really where we are. Otherwise, the property is being designed in a fashion that would feel and operate very much like an R1 zoned property. And neighboring properties here are R2, so it's not an out of place zoning. The map is consistent with surrounding properties. There's R1, there's R2, there's PI. So all of the zoning is pretty consistent here across the site.
Yeah, just along those lines, a question that arose as I was looking over this is, have you considered the R1A? Would that fit for this in terms of seeking a lesser variance, so to speak?
We haven't. We've designed it to this, and I haven't even fleshed out the idea of the R1A and whether or not it would be applicable, and would still yield the same amount. Matt, was there any other item you wanted me to specifically address?
No, I just wanted you to note that, Dave, because it's it's unusually attractive.
We appreciate that. And the last piece, I guess I will note, and we would love a recommendation or some feedback from the Planning Commission. We received a determination from the zoning officer that we will need to seek some relief with respect to steep slopes. The way that the steep slope ordinance works is that if steep slopes were created on site as a result of a permit issued by the township, they're exempt from the steep slope ordinance. Here, while we believe that many of the slopes are man-made slopes, there is no specific provision in the ordinance that deals with man-made slopes. Again, it's driven by whether or not they were permitted as part of a plan. And so we will be appearing before the zoning hearing board and seeking relief to develop in those slopes. I would ask Rob when he speaks to it to maybe shed some light on those slopes and identify how we believe that they were in fact created, although they weren't part of maybe a permit process. Maybe it predated that process with the township, but there's kind of very clear evidence that the slopes were made as part of a development of the site. And I think, Matt, you were out on the site visiting it along with Skip, and we identified some of those for you guys so you could see those areas and how they were created. But maybe Rob can show some of that information so that we can get some feedback from you all on whether or not you think you could recommend and support relief from the zoning hearing board in that regard.
Dave, are you using fill on this project?
Rob, do you want to kind of speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, before Rob gets into that, Dave, if you're going to be filing a zoning hearing board application for that, this body does get a chance to review, since this will involve a land development, that specific application. So you will have another opportunity to go into greater detail on that exact issue.
Thanks, Kevin. We were trying to maybe get some of that feedback up front here so we could know what was ahead of us.
Yeah, Dave, I thought during the site visit, I thought I heard that there was going to be quite a bit of fill coming into the site.
The site's actually going to be pretty close to being balanced. There are going to be cuts and fills. You have an existing parking lot that covers a large portion of the site that sits a little bit lower on one end and a little bit higher at the other. And so when we do all the grading and put in all the underground stormwater beds, I believe it's pretty close to a balanced site. We worked hard at that just to limit, the amount of soil coming in or out of the site to be able to balance it.
Thank you.
Rob, didn't you have a lot of other information you were about to provide?
Yes. Did we want to talk about the slopes first, or Kevin, did we want to wait on that? I'm happy to, I can show you a few pictures real quick to run through. Really,
I think you can go into it. I just didn't want the board to think that this was going to be their only opportunity to review this issue. So I agree with Dave, getting some information and some feedback up front can make the next meeting go a little bit smoother.
Okay. Since we're just talking about this, we'll go over the slope. So right around, this is the existing parking lot, and these were some pictures I had sent to Kevin. And you can see when they built the parking lot, they cut in on this side, and then down on this side, they filled that side. And what they did is they created a slope on this uphill side and created a little slope on the downhill side. When they built a road through, they cut along the side of the road and created a slope. It's going the other direction. There are some other slopes where it's harder to see with the vegetation, but here you can see where they built the house and rolled the slope out to the side. And when I went actually out to take the pictures, it really became evident of how the bands of slopes were created. Here you're creating a band of slopes right next to the house. I believe there's one in the backyard. So there's a little band of slopes that runs right around the backyard. And these are the areas really that we're asking for relief that created those steep slopes when we go through the slopes. Back to the site plan. The one thing that was talked about a couple times was the impervious coverage on the site. There's approximately 164,000 square feet of impervious coverage existing, right? So that's the existing roads, the houses, the large surface parking lot, and it has no stormwater control. So all that water just runs off currently off the site. What's proposed, including the extension of the road with the cul-de-sac bulb, is about 157,000 square feet. So with what you see here on this plan is a little bit less than what is there currently. We have included an additional approximately 1,500 square feet per lot, right? So 30,000 square feet in our stormwater system. So our stormwater system is designed for 30,000 square feet beyond what is shown. And it's really to address if a homeowner wants to enlarge their patio, wants to change something on their property that it's already addressed in the stormwater. But what you see here currently is under what currently exists on the property. So the existing impervious is more than what is shown here. And then with that, I'm happy to run through the review letters. I believe they're very, really will comply with everything and are relatively clean, but I'm happy to go through, Mr. Golis, if you'd like us to look at each one individually or how you'd like to address those.
I don't, I can ask Mary and Steve what they think, but I don't think we need to do that. I mean, it looked to me like you were complying in almost every instance. How do other people on the commission feel about this?
Normally, if they're all will comply items, we should only really be talking about the items that are not will comply.
That's fine with me.
Agreed.
Yep, so we're all will comply.
That's great. So Rob, well, can you talk a little bit about the sidewalk issues? I know you've talked to staff about that.
So I will, let me see here. So when you're talking about sidewalk issues, I'm assuming you're talking about the sidewalk extension. So
exactly, yeah.
Staff and, this is a very preliminary plan. As you can see from it, we've cobbled together a couple different surveys. to be able to show where we could actually extend the sidewalk along what I believe this section is actually Shimoni. Walnut is actually right off to the upper left-hand portion of this plan, is actually to show a sidewalk continuing all the way down to the park. And then there'd be a crosswalk at the existing stop sign. So this would be the sidewalk. This was the stream crossing that was discussed. And I think what Dave was saying is that we could either build the stream crossing, we could escrow the money for it. Our understanding is there's been some discussion about the replacement of this bridge and whether that would just be included or incorporated in a final bridge design.
Excuse me, if I could jump in, Rob, there's no plan to replace that bridge. So staff would request that that be constructed as part of the project.
Okay, and we can do that. We can accomplish that, from all the information we have gathered. Which areas shown hatched here is where we would need additional right-of-way from an adjacent property owner. The right-of-way right now the existing road goes over the right-of-way, so it probably needed right-of-way anyway, but that's what we showed in that area. And then going back to the overall plan is that would connect down adjacent to lot 1 and be able to continue down to the park. But then that sidewalk would continue all the way up Walnut and all the way into that North Wayne neighborhood. So you'd have pedestrian connectivity from North Wayne on a sidewalk all the way up to the park, which is a great improvement.
I agree.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if I can add, at the last meeting, it requested that the applicant and Rob and Mr. Falcone look at the use of porous concrete for the sidewalk. So it doesn't have to be hashed out at this meeting, but we're currently between the landscape architect, Jonathan Alderson, myself, and Mr. Lambert, we're working out some type of impervious surface for the sidewalk to be determined at one point. I'm sorry, when I said impervious. Pervious or porous sidewalk.
We knew what you meant.
and we've committed to do that, Steve. Obviously working with the township. So we're just working out those details, Matt. But it's a commitment we've made, and we'll take care of that.
And the maintenance of the sidewalk is going to be on the homeowners?
On the HOA. That's correct, Matt. And just, I guess, one last piece. I know we talked about it at the last meeting and maybe the meeting before that as well, but the sidewalk will also continue into the development and around the cul-de-sac there. So there will be, continuous sidewalk. And, we've also proposed that wood chip path up the side of the property. We know that some neighbors had asked for that, and we continue to show it on the plan to the extent that staff and the township want to see that. We're committed to making that happen.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the wood chips, but I am a fan of the trail. I think there's better surfaces for a range of people using that, but that's a detail. Also, you have a true intersection at the entrance of this development. That's something I know it's obvious probably to a lot of people, but I didn't want to lose that, right? So you're bringing a street, you're staying with the street grid. If you roll that up.
Yes, it's not shown on this plan, but.
Okay. Right. So, that it's just a great look to me. It marries the neighborhood to the development, in a major way for me. Also, your landscape plan is stupendous. I've never seen so many trees being saved and transplanted in my time on Shade Tree. So that's such an amenity for North Wayne to save many, many good trees, and also have the stupendous plan, that you could, I'm half serious when I say you almost could get Arboretum 1 status in this development.
We appreciate that, Matt. Thanks.
So where are we here? Mary and Steve?
I guess that's that. Maybe I don't, Steve, maybe you wanted to address this, but when you grant preliminary approval, people are entitled to preliminary approval in accordance with the term, or final plan approval in accordance with the terms of preliminary plan approval. If you're happy with this, if it's got everything on it that you want to see as part of the zoning ordinance amendment, then I don't see any problem in recommending preliminary plan approval. However, if there are conditions that you think are important as part of the zoning ordinance amendment, I would make them conditions of preliminary plan approval while they're in front of you.
Well, I mean, I think the Delaware County Planning Commission thought the zoning change was appropriate and recommended that.
But for example, if you wanted to condition, you know, the plan as it's shown with the comments from the review letters incorporated, and then also the renderings, the use of the renderings for those houses that blend in with the original neighborhood, I think that's a fine condition of approval.
And Mr. Chair, just a reminder, so there's going to be two separate recommendations. One's on the map amendment, one is on the land development application. And to follow up what the solicitor said, the applicant's requesting preliminary / final land development approval. So the Planning Commission should be very specific as if they recommend preliminary or preliminary final, if that's the way you're moving to.
And I believe staff recommendation would be preliminary at this point until the ordinance is a little further along. The optimum situation is giving final plan approval and adopting the ordinance in the same evening.
Okay, so if I understand, if granting preliminary approval tonight would involve the zoning change and the preliminary land development approval.
And the zoning officer just emailed and said, and conditioned upon receiving all zoning hearing board approval that's necessary as well.
Right. How do other planning commission members feel about this right now? I'd like to hear what if people feel like we should, you know, should we proceed with preliminary or preliminary final? Does anyone have any thoughts? Skip?
Yeah, I think having seen the site and listened that day and tonight, I'm predisposed to, with conditions such as Mary suggested, as to renderings and architectural notes that David talked about. I think preliminary final would be a good plan here.
Other commissioners' thoughts?
And this goes back to my question. The only real concern I see is granting a greater zoning variance than is necessary. And since I haven't even looked at the 1A option, which just to my eyes looks like it would cover this, it's the only, I know it's kind of a nitpicky, but I know the neighbor comments that I read, and I'm also late to the party on this because I'm just joining in and just getting up to speed on this. But the sense I got from the bulk of the negative neighbor comments where they were concerned about the precedent with the going from P1 to R2, and since there was absolutely no feedback on that and why it's the one or the other, and maybe I'm missing something in the papers, but that's the only hesitancy I have in being like, yeah, preliminary final at this juncture. And part of it, like I say, is my newness to all this. So
So one of the things, I guess, Chris, I'll speak to just, I guess, initially, I've got a little bit of a echo here, but the surrounding districts, you know, are not 1A. And part of the comprehensive plan is to match existing surrounding zoning. So we really did focus on looking at the different zoning that surrounded us. And we also focused on the zoning that would best allow us to address tree preservation. And ultimately, when we came down to that analysis, we created, basically a full detail on what would allow that to happen, what would produce the density that we were looking to achieve, while also, obtaining the best tree preservation, matching existing zoning for neighboring properties, as well as being able to design to a stormwater commitment. And we landed on R2, sorry, but designing to the R1 requirements with respect to area and bulk.
Okay, and the covenants, of course, you're seeking are all separate and apart from the zoning. And
when you say
that's the restrictive use covenants, no more than 20 on the property, and they will be subject to a homeowners association and binding of the development.
Right. So that's the commitment we've made to the neighbors, and we will follow through with that commitment and record the declaration against the property. Again, and then beyond and on top of that, the township would be free to impose any additional restrictions it wanted to and conditions as part of the land development process. But our commitment to the neighbors was to record a covenant that would limit the development of the property to no more than 20 homes. And then I believe Lane had asked at our last meeting if we would include a restriction against further subdivision of any of the lots within the community. And we also agreed to that. So we've incorporated that as well into the covenant. Just to give, I guess, a little bit of feedback on what that covenant is going to look like and how it's going to operate is it will attach to this property when we record it, and it will be there pending a rezone. Without the rezone, the covenant goes away, but with the rezone, it attaches. So there's really nothing at that point that would get between our plan and the rezone, the map change, and the restriction. So that's the commitment we wanted to give to the neighbors, that there would be no, even if it were momentary, gap between a map change and the plan approval, even as if we went through this process and it all happened on the same night and simultaneously, as much as it could, kind of one after the other, there would be that perceived gap between the two processes, the map change approval, and then ultimately the plan approval, should it go that route. We wanted to avoid any of that uncertainty. And by attaching this restriction, we're taking that into our own hands as a commitment that we've made with the neighbors that would run in favor of them. They would be the beneficiary of that commitment.
Dave, for the neighbors' benefit, I think you said in the beginning of the meeting, the architectural design would be incorporated into that declaration as well, correct?
So the architectural design is going to be incorporated on the plan as a plan note that would be recorded, as well as in the declaration of homeowners association that would be recorded to create the community. So we could certainly add it to the springing declaration, but we were more focused on zoning and development there. And we felt that agreeing to conditions of construction was a more consistent discussion with the township, and one that could be a condition of any approval as we move through the process. So we felt the township was in a fine place to attach conditions to its recommendation to any home. But if you think it wise, Mary, we certainly can add it to our spring declaration as well.
If I were a neighbor, I would want it in the springing declaration.
Yep, that's no problem at all. Happy to do it.
Is there any other commission member comment? Is there any public comment?
There are a few public comments. First one, Douglas McCone.
Good. Yes, sir. I sent an email. Having considered this for some time, I want you to know I oppose the rezoning of the R1 portion to R2. I believe that the PI portion should be rezoned to R1 rather than R2. I'd like to avoid a use other than the general residential housing, such as an assisted care facility, which PI could theoretically do. And my reasons are these, you know, we talked about this, the adjacent property zoned R1. And I believe with the current trends of infill development, we don't want to set the pattern of establishing, you know, higher density than is necessary here. More important is the right of the community. I said this last time, to control the density rather than the property owner or developer. And that means to accomplish this at the zoning ordinances. I think it's important to establish or maintain the precedent that the township, on behalf of the residents, determines the community's density and configuration. If the property is zoned R1 in its entirety, and the owner or developer wants to do something more, then the owner or developer has the right to request variances through the normal processes. I understand an awful lot what Dave's talking about, and I appreciate that. Let's see, what else I was going to say. I do understand the R2 being designed to R1, and I really appreciate that. But my concern here is that we don't want to establish the precedent that we go to higher density zoning than we would otherwise have. That's my primary comment. As I said, I think going to R1 and having a specific relief requested being a better route. That's my recommendation as a citizen. The Board of Commissioners may come to the conclusion that what you're doing is the better alternative. The only other comment I have is you're talking about the restrictions on additional development and so forth. We've talked about covenants and all that kind of stuff, but I was wondering if those covenants are in the actual deeds to the real estate, and if they are not, should they be? I would think that it would be, you know, because, you know, agreements between HOAs and communities can go away over 10, 20, 30 years. But if it's on a deed restriction, it stays on that deed for ostensibly forever. I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. And that's just my input. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Doug.
Next is Matthew Shue.
Hi, thank you. So I'm out of my depth to talk too much about the zoning, but I just thought as a reasonably new member of the community living across Walnut Avenue from this proposed development, maybe this is even more appropriate commentary for the next agenda item, but I just wanted to voice my support for the project, for the rezoning. I mean, as it relates to the items that will, in so many words, be attached to this part of the process, so that there are requirements on Concordia to make good on the commitments being made now. I think that's obviously critically important, but I just wanted to voice some support for the work that's gone into this. I think our neighborhood would benefit from this. I think P1 makes me much more nervous than this form of R2, and you know, I'm for it. So I just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you.
Next is Bill Marino.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'm sorry.
So I'm at 2 Paul Road, which is the property on the other side of the creek shown here on the drawing. I'm the neighbor who actually offered to allow the easements for the sidewalk because I thought it would be accretive for the entire community. Having said that, I have very little interest in a pedestrian footbridge, and I'd like to know what the reluctance is to fixing that bridge. It's out of life. I've only been here about 3 years, so I don't know the whole history, but on the other side of Fenimore, you have a bridge with a sidewalk passage and no sidewalks. And on this side, you're talking about having sidewalks with a bridge with no sidewalk passage. So feels like you guys could get this one right by just putting in a new bridge.
Steve, my understanding was there was going to be a new bridge, right?
No, I mean, there's nothing on the capital plan for a new bridge at that location, at least not in the next 5 years. The other bridge was replaced, was an emergency design done by Gannett Fleming with input from staff because there was a failure in the bridge. I'm not saying this bridge might not need maintenance, but the concern is without the pedestrian bridge that takes over the creek, residents will walk up the sidewalk, hop off the sidewalk, cross over the bridge with, that's not designed for pedestrian access, and then get back on the sidewalk. So funding for a bridge, is at the discretion at the Board of Commissioners. Design and construction, if so funded, design and construction, from inception to completion could be 1.5 years or 2 years. So that would push everything off. And there's actually, in the township, there's other culverts that are in worse condition that are in need of replacement. So that was the request for the pedestrian bridge, to get folks safely across the creek and not have to step out into the bridge, which was not designed, so to speak, for pedestrians.
Well, let me rephrase what I said. So is this safe? The pedestrian bridge that the sidewalk is going to go over, is it safe?
The pedestrian bridge that's being designed by Rob Lambert and his firm? Absolutely, yeah. Yes.
So Steve, this is Jonathan Alderson. We should go and take a look at the bridge. It's been undercut by the stream. I mean, it's something that you should take a look at.
Now, and we're aware of some of the erosive problems, but that doesn't necessarily mean the bridge has to be replaced. So absolutely, addressing the undercut, the exposure on the walls, but that's not necessarily a need for replacement of the bridge. Now, it hasn't been evaluated for some years. I'm not saying it's not further along, but in the short term, the pedestrian bridge across there was the safest way for pedestrians to get to Fenimore Woods while the existing bridge is still there.
Okay.
But I do thank you, and we will reevaluate the bridge.
Ian, any other public comment?
Yes, next is from Brian Johnson.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Hello, Brian.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. It's greatly appreciated to get the engagement. Obviously the lot at Eastern University has been a topic, that the neighborhood has discussed quite a bit. And my personal opinion is that I support it because the general agreement that I've seen across the community is that, having 20 or preferably fewer, but 20 homes on the lot is a much better solution for the neighborhood, and also considering the concessions that Concordia Group have provided, and preserving the integrity of the lot and how they've designed it has a lot of attractive components. However, as a resident, my main concern is to ensure the delivery of what has been proposed. And in order to ensure there's no unintended consequences during the execution. And my request of this board is to do whatever is required according to, as Mary has highlighted, that we should make sure that we quote unquote lock in what we are seeing, and that we move forward and ensure that there's the appropriate covenants in place. I also respect the comments of a previous individual about making the right way to develop in the township, which, looking at other projects, we've been, there is a lot of concern in the community. So I'd say, in summary, having a place with 20 homes is good for the neighborhood. We request that there's appropriate process put in place for, the minimum change needed, and that there's covenants placed. And also that we request that, as we discussed last time, I don't think we need to go into all these details, but we request that the execution of the project is done in a smart way to minimize dusting, disruption, and mud and so forth, you know, access for trucks and so forth. That was all discussed previously, and we assume that you will you know, take that into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you. Ian?
Yes, next is Richard Rank.
Hi, it's Richard Rank. I have just two things. One of my concerns is how the scaping goes on, the clearscaping. As I understood it, again tonight, as in other meetings, the builder does not plan to build houses without a buyer. And this raises two questions. One is, how long is this whole project going to take, given that you have to sell the house first? And is it necessary to clearscape the entire lot before houses, as long as a year, 2 years, 3 years, are going to be placed there? So I would request there be some requirement that, particularly against Walnut and against Radnor Street Road, that some of the current environment be left intact until such time as houses are to be built. So we haven't had a time frame, though it interested me. Mr. Norsini said he would be 1 year to 2 years to get a bridge done. It makes you wonder how many years we have ahead of us for this development. The other thing is that at one point during the architect and Mr. Falcone also, I believe, talked about the idiosyncrasy of buyers and how each person may want to customize, so to speak, their house. So I would ask is, I think along the lines of what Mary was suggesting, that they've given us a certain number of models and that the approval be contingent on those being the models that are used. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be a if or an and in there, but if the architect first showed us the original housing plans for this area, and the people that came out here to buy had 4 models, 5 models to choose from, and did as they would. Over years, there have been changes. The initial houses were pretty much like the models that were shown. And I would ask that that be part of the approval. I'm enthusiastic about this idea of 1A. I'm concerned of density. We've heard about that R2 surrounds the place, but I would point out that across Walnut Avenue, that is not R2 development. Those are big houses on big plots of land. So it seems to me that some moderation between those two areas is worth thinking about. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is TJ Doyle.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is TJ Doyle. I live at 7 Fenimore Lane. I wanted to call in and say I support the recommendation for the rezoning. I applaud the developer for this thoughtful plan. The houses look great, amazing really, and much better than what's there now, both the existing houses and the parking lot. This is really a continuation in my mind of the existing neighborhood with modern advancements. And here's what I mean by that. Our community is gaining a lot a lot of benefits from this development. Number one, it's a self-contained site from a stormwater perspective. I learned tonight that 164,000 square feet of existing impervious is going to be reduced to 157,000 square feet of impervious, with the ability to control, up to 30,000 square feet more. That's a great benefit, as we have all seen, how the storms impact the streams around our neighborhood. Next thing is on the steep slopes. They were man-made, they're not special, they're not native. They were unthoughtful when they were built, and they need to go. They add to the stormwater issues because the water can't be absorbed into the ground and it just runs off. Next, the sidewalk to the park, as much as I like it, as I live a little further away from town and would love the ability to not have to walk in the street. I think it's more than generous for the developer to offer to fund the projects that are off their site. I agree with Mr. Marino that, you know, that having, you know, a new bridge would probably be a better solution, and would recommend that the township look at that. Especially with the new real estate taxes they'll be gaining from the site, as well as, you know, we shouldn't ignore the transfer taxes that they'll be, you know, generating every time one of these houses is traded. And then lastly, you know, I want to applaud the developer for saving as many trees as they are. To hear the Shade Commission, you know, praise the developer's plan is something that's rare in the development business, and I think that should be noted. Otherwise, you know, I'd like to thank you for taking the time, and I look forward to this addition to our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Next comments, Patricia Conlon.
Hi, I'm Patty Conlon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I live at 250 Radnor Street Road. I am catty corner to this property, one house over. About a year ago, I talked to Devin in person, let me know about the plans. I've become active and sort of communicated with the near neighbors around this property. We had a meeting at my house last February, and subsequently over the summer did a Zoom call with Devin. And while I will miss the beautiful view of these two hills that are above and below the parking lot, I don't see the parking lot, I just see the hills. I do support this project, pending that they do make the commitment to 20 houses, as we've always been talking about, that they have these family style of houses with some sort of variation, but within this consistency of this type style of houses. I applaud Devin for being flexible. He committed to the construction road temporarily being built off of Eagle to try to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. He is also, as we've seen, the walking path, funding the sidewalk, and this extensive landscaping. So I look forward to meeting our new neighbors one day and hope construction happens in the shortest amount of time possible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Sven Deathlefs. Apologies for the pronunciation.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Yes, I live on Chamonix Road. I would like to make a couple of comments. Thank you for taking my input. And the pronunciation is nearly right. It's Detlefs, but I'm from Germany, so I lived for 4 years here in Radnor. I actually support the project. I think it's a great plan. It's well developed. But nevertheless, here's my input. So one is on the density and the increase in the number of houses from 11 to 20. So I went on the site and compared the current construction area of the existing 11 houses, which are on average around about 1,200 square feet per house, to the on average 3,083 square feet for the new construction. The developer has submitted these plans on sheet 7 of 16, so you can make just the numbers and the mathematics. That you see that the comparing apples to apples, it's actually an increase of houses from 11 to 49 if you just take the construction area. So that's a factor of 4.5 increase in the density on the construction area. If you compare basically the houses by old houses, as if you compare build the new 20 new houses and compare them to them. So I think that gives you a good idea about the density increase. It's a factor of 4.5. So it's not a factor from 11 to 20. I would actually suggest that the plan is altered so that 2 houses leave the plan. And it would be the 2 houses that are on this plan, the designed, or on page 7 of the plan, number 1 and number 11. And that would allow to build a walking path from the cul-de-sac to the Walnut Street. So you open up the neighborhood for walking actually through the development, not only along the development on Radnor Street and on Walnut Street. And I think, let's say, taking 2 houses off the plan is justifiable. We had a 28% increase in the housing prices in Radnor last year. The interest rates are pretty low. And for that reason, the housing price index increase can be expected. And I think the developer can digest the reduction of 2 houses from 20 to 18 to allow the walking path from the cul-de-sac to Walnut Street and still make break even on his plan. At least this is what I calculated for it. I also would like to make a comment on the extension of the walkway along Walnut Street to Fenimore Park. That's actually a very good idea. I walk on that street twice a day with my dog. I think it's a pretty safe way of walking along the neighborhoods. The bridge is broad enough to cross it very safely. I think actually the other two bridges on Chamonix Road are very narrow and dangerous to cross because there's not enough space for two cars to cross. And if you're walking there, it's actually sometimes dangerous to cross the creek there. So for that reason, I don't think the addition of a bridge is necessary, or the replacement of the bridge is necessary, at least not from a perspective of a pedestrian. So that's my input. I think it's a wonderful plan. The houses look great. I hope the people that buy the houses actually follow the architectural design. Often, of course, it's altered to your own taste. I hope that's not the case here, and that this becomes a very nice neighborhoods, hopefully with 18 houses instead of 20. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Hank Mahoney.
Hank, are you there?
Might be having a microphone issue.
It's almost like Apollo 13.
Maybe we could come back to Hank.
Next then is Matthew Marshall.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. Good evening, everyone. I'm Matt Marshall. I live at 228 Walnut Avenue. I just want to hit on some very high level comments that people have made before, but I think it's just worth repeating. One, let's just remember that this lot and the PI zoning is part of the township's comprehensive plan. And today, you know, given different uses, we're not seeing a need for institutional zoning, but you know, that obviously could change, and we're going to lose this big parcel. Just for example, the site that we're looking at tonight is almost comparable to the Penn Medicine site if you look at total acreage and lot area. So I think that plan took, you know, up to 3 years to get approved. I'm not suggesting that should be the case here, but I think you need to know the magnitude of what you're kind of dealing with in terms of not only North Wayne, but the township in general. The real issue here is precedent. We're being asked to go from a PI zoning to R2. I think everybody who's stated comments before has said, you know, density is really the main, I guess, you know, objection in this current plan. And the gentleman that preceded me talked about 18 units. I think given the market climate today, interest rate, what the takeout sales could be, 18 units would be perfectly achievable for this development. Next, I was just curious why this plan never went to the community subdivision or community development subcommittee, which has seen other large redevelopment plans, most recently the post office down in Wayne and the annex building, where the developer actually worked very closely with the township and made some significant concessions. And now I think from where we started, we have a much better plan that mitigates stormwater near the post office, and the township's getting leased parking spaces going forward. So those are some of the ideas that came out of that community development subcommittee. And I would just wonder as to why that that plan was submitted and this one wasn't. It's obviously much larger in scale. And then lastly, and I don't want to burden this, but the sidewalk, it really doesn't help if it's not crossing the bridge and it's not going to Fenimore. I mean, my wife and I walk this almost every weekend. There is a line of sight issue, not so much going down towards Fenimore, but if you're coming up, cars don't see you as you're crossing over the bridge. And I've been there many times when cars just kind of come to a stop, not knowing that there's 3 or 4 people walking up the street and they can't see them around the curb. So that's all the commentary I have. I would hope that the developer would think about the massing and the number of units, because I'm going to assure you this project will be a success, whether it's 16, 18, or 20. And I think 18 feels like the right number of units. Thank you.
Thank you.
And circling back to Hank Mahoney.
Ian, are there additional people in the queue?
No, Hank is the last public comment.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, staff has.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Some hands just raised just now for public comment. Comment from Barbara Krause-Blackney.
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo some of the earlier comments for less density. I think many of the concerns of the neighbors that I've spoken with would be addressed if these 2 actually plots of land were developed more in keeping with R1 density. I'm very intrigued by the R1A, although I don't fully understand it. So I'd like time to, or perhaps you all can explain that a little. But I just think that many of the concerns would be alleviated by less density. Bringing it more back to the total zoning that we originally on that parcel.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. This is Hank Mahoney. Is it my turn?
Sure, Hank, go ahead.
Yeah. I apologize. There's something wrong with my computer. Can I ask a question or 2 first?
We'll do our best to answer them, Hank, but it is a public meeting.
The question is for you, Mary. That is, who has the authority under the proposed restrictive covenants to enforce it?
I believe he said that the proposed restrictive covenants would be enforceable by the neighbors, but I don't know that for sure. We're getting
the devil's in the details on that one. The other question is, and it's really for Dave, I think, if you don't get the relief you want regarding the steep slopes ordinance, what's your yield going to be with an R2 rezoning?
I don't know that, Hank.
Isn't that an important question for you to know the answer to?
Well, it's certainly, yeah, I mean, certainly we understand that any development approval that we get would be conditioned upon getting that relief. So that if we didn't, it would obviously impact the yield and the plan as an overall. Absolutely, we're aware of that. We just received the determination. We just received the determination today from the zoning officer regarding the slopes.
Well, obviously as an interested neighbor, I'd like to know what the answer to that question is. That is, what is the yield if you don't get your relief? Because that could affect whether or not you go forward, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, those are my questions. I am opposed to the rezoning of the eastern parcels, as I think most people know. I'm concerned, like Doug is, with the density in the neighborhood, which is only becoming more dense with the Hamilton properties and various other properties which over the years have been subdivided and there's been infill development. Infill development is probably the biggest problem Radnor's faced over the last 30 years. And when you downzone from R1 to R2, and in this case, the plan institutional, which used to be R1, I consider that downzoning as well. The gentleman who spoke a little earlier about the density increase, he was referring to the fact that there are 11 houses on the property right now which aren't really being used. But if they were, and you increase it to 20 houses, you're basically doubling your density. In addition to that, the location of the road, the extension of East Beech Tree Lane, would match up directly with the existing East Beech Tree Lane, thereby making that road basically a cut through. So the combination of the density, the process which you're going through, according to Doug McCone, these are all reasons why I'd be opposed to the rezoning to R2. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Matt, if we could just add clarity that there are 14 homes and not 11. We've heard that a few times now. Just
yes.
So there's no misunderstanding. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I don't know where the board stands, the commission stands, but staff working with the solicitor has come up with a possible proposed motion. I can read it to you and you can change or do what you wish. So recommendation for preliminary plan approval with the following conditions: compliance with the 224-21 Gannett Fleming ordinance, compliance with the 223-21 Gilmore review, note and renderings, architectural renderings shown or referenced on plan, adoption of the zoning ordinance amendment, which would permit this project, any zoning hearing board relief necessary, amend plan to show pedestrian bridge, all outside agency approvals.
That sounds good, Steve, except for, do we have to do the zoning amendment as a separate motion?
Yeah, I think you could make a second motion for the zoning ordinance if you're inclined to recommend approval of the zoning ordinance.
And right. The applicant would, Matt, the applicant would request, and we did in our initial application, and it's on your agenda tonight, that it be considered for preliminary final. I think that's something that the Planning Commission has offered comment on tonight. So obviously, we'd like to see that at least considered by the Planning Commission.
Right, and I think Dave Skip made a motion for preliminary final.
The recent staff,
that's right.
The recent staff is not recommending a motion for preliminary final, is that they still have to go to the zoning hearing board on steep slopes, and the zoning ordinance amendment hasn't been adopted yet. So it's kind of unusual to recommend final approval of a plan that it doesn't have zoning approval or zoning hearing board approval.
Yep, how does that sit with you?
Well, in the past, for example, with the Super Wawa, I remember we deferred to zoning at that time. So, you know, I didn't really make a motion. You asked for a comment earlier. And if this is a critical issue, which it seems to have increasingly become, maybe we have to go through zoning as to the steep slopes issue before we do final.
Okay. Any other commissioners have a thought on this?
Yeah, I just, you know, so it's Dave again, you know, I think any approval, whether it be preliminary or final, would be conditioned upon that zoning approval. And that would certainly carry the day on that. So I don't think they're necessarily distinct. And I think that would be consistent with other types of development of this ilk that have come through, where there's been map change amendments.
Staff is
So,
aware of the developer's request. It's a planning commission decision. Our recommendation is preliminary.
I concur with the solicitor on that.
Okay. To the other planning commissioners, I'm fine with just going with preliminary with the language that Steve.
So if it's just preliminary, then this plan will come back through again.
Yes.
On a final.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to follow the staff on this, on their recommendation that it just be preliminary.
I would as well.
I think we're sort of voting.
So does someone want to make that motion official?
Sure, I will. I move that we move for preliminary or a motion for preliminary approval as stated by the staff recommendation with those conditions.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Unanimous.
Well, we thank all of you for your time and for the recommendation, for the unanimous recommendation on the plan. And I think was the amendment included in that as well, Mary, or will there be a separate motion on the amendment?
No, there would have to be another motion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, as we discussed, you have to hold a vote on the map amendment.
Sure. Like make a motion to approve the amendment from PI R1 to R2.
I'll make a motion to.
Could I ask a question real quick, Mary? Would you be able to condition that vote on the final approval?
The vote on the map amendment?
Yes. I mean, we don't want to make the map change if there's not a plan.
Well, you're only making a recommendation on the map change. So at this point, it hasn't been advertised, or so I think.
Doesn't zoning have the final say on that?
Zoning hearing board?
Or
no,
no?
The Board of Commissioners has the final say on adopting the ordinance.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly appropriate to make a motion to recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance. It is my understanding that the Board of Commissioners would like to do it all in one night, final approval and the zoning ordinance in one night. But it's going to take some time to get the ordinance amended and properly before the Board of Commissioners. There'll be enough time for the final plan to come back to you, Lane, if that's what you're asking.
So Skip, do you want to make a motion for adoption of the zoning?
Not adoption, a recommendation to approve the map change to R2 from R1 and PI.
Second?
I'll second that.
Approve, all who approve? Aye.
I can't see your hand one way or the other, Chris, so you're not in favor.
I'm still I'm still hung up on the whole 1A thing, and
we don't have to do everything unanimously.
No, I know. So I think I'm gonna.
So it's a 5-to-1 vote, or a 5 vote.
All right then.
So is that with one abstained or?
You can put me down as against that, because I'm not. Yeah, I'm beyond abstaining.
Thank you.
Okay. So Dave, thank you and your crew.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks to all the Planning Commission members and the neighbors that have offered feedback through this process. Obviously, we're just kind of a step closer, but I don't think anywhere near the finish line. So we appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you guys again.
Okay. Look forward to it.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
So next up, we have we're going to have a discussion of an ordinance of Radnor Township, Delaware County, about density modification, amending a let's see here. Let's see. Steve.
Yeah, I got you. So it's an
ordinance. Do we have something to look at here?
Density modification of Radnor Township zoning ordinance by increasing the required open space for such uses and amending section 28015 by establishing an open space requirement for other residential uses. And I won't read it, or we can pick the salient points. It's hereby amended by revising section 28091. Not less than 25% of the tract shall be designated in the subdivision or development plans as common open space. Common open space may not include required buffer yards, floodplains, or wetlands. No more than 10% of the required common open space may be used to meet the planned stormwater management requirements. And all required common open space shall be contiguous unless the Board of Commissioners approves otherwise. And then there's a second portion, amend section 28115.6 open space. In addition, the uses identified in 28068B, residential uses providing support services such as memory care, continuing care, senior living, and similar uses shall provide 15% common open space of the tract area, which may not include required buffered yards, floodplain, or wetlands. No part of the required open space may include stormwater facilities, and all common open space shall be contiguous unless the Board of Commissioners approves otherwise. All ordinance or parts of this ordinance which are consistent herewith are hereby repealed. So that's the crux of it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and so just for the commission, this emanated from a February 8th Board of Commissioners meeting when Solicitor Rice basically was asked to review our open space regs around density modification, only density modification plans. So two of the Board of Commissioners were concerned that as we see more density modification plans come before us, that the open space requirements in that ordinance is weaker than it should be. So the present reading of our density modification plans that have to do with open space is 15% of a plan of the development must be it must be used for open space. This changes that. This takes it to 25%. Solicitor Rice basically got to that figure by doing a lot of research around townships and municipalities that are like us. He's also an expert in these issues. So the sort of debate that went on at the February 8th Board of Commissioners meeting centered around whether 25% is too low. So several commissioners thought, they were concerned that should we have 50%? And Solicitor Rice made it clear that 50% is often in communities where there's huge farm tracts. not sort of unlike Radnor. The other thing that he stressed was that because we are removing some of the open space presently is in stormwater management areas and water retention and areas that are, you could call them open space, but they're really not, they're not used as open space. So this new ordinance would preclude those from being counted as open space. So, but, you know, the general feeling about from the Board of Commissioners was that this is a good thing, that this puts a little more emphasis on open space in Radnor and protecting that, especially with large projects coming that, you know, where density modification is going to be requested. So that was part one. Part two was there's a, if you look at 28068B in the code, there's pretty much the same presentation in the ordinance that exists now as what Mr. Rice wanted to be revised. And really the only reason he was doing it was because the language in our code now is pretty arcane. And it was just simply modernizing that language. So that's really the how this emanated, how this came before us. The Board of Commissioners was expecting that we would have a discussion about this. I know it's sort of weird, but that's what it is. So does anyone feel like they have something to say about this, or they don't understand what I just said?
I'm trying to find it again in the materials. Anybody happen to have a page reference for it?
Yeah, Chris, it was right. It was the last item is the 250 King of Prussia Road item. It's directly above that. It's right before that item starts. So it's almost at the end of the manuscript, and it's like a very short. It's just the ordinance itself.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I can't seem to find it, because it's.
I think it's.
If you open the tabs on your PDF for the packet, you can click right on it. It'll take you right to it.
Okay.
Or PDF 208.
Page 208 of the 240 pages in the PDF.
Thank you.
So Matt, I'm not sure with what, since this already went to Board of Commissioners, I'm not sure with what we're being asked to do.
Well, it started from at the Board of Commissioners. That was the genesis of the ordinance, but any ordinance has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission in accordance with the MPC. So the Board of Commissioners drafted this. I know Kevin's had some input with John. I spoke to John today, and he mentioned that we may want to take a look in the ordinance under 91A. There's a section 91B that references floodplains being an acceptable use of the open space. And he questioned whether you would think that's appropriate. Because it would make recreational facilities in the open space difficult if floodplain soils took up most of the required open space. So he raised that issue with me today.
I mean, one commissioner thought, why don't we just do 100%?
Well, there you go.
And so that's where the Board of Commissioners is. So I think they feel that this is strengthening our open space stance in Radnor.
And one of the things that Kevin pointed out in his review of it was that you know, if you look at the regulations for, what is it, Kevin, like R1,
it's
R2,
the
R3.
density. You do increase the usable amount of green open space, but because density modification does not have specific lot standards, you can still get the same amount of density. So if the goal is to increase open space and decrease density, this, as it's currently written, and there's many really good points to this ordinance that are much better than the current language. But as written, you'll get more open space, but smaller lots with the same density. So if we're looking at possibly bringing down the density a little bit, we'll want to look at the open space ratio as it relates to a density bonus.
And that's that's a good point. However, this ordinance doesn't just increase the density from 15 to 25%. It requires that the open space be contiguous. So we've seen plans come through that have had little pieces of open space scattered all over the plan. This would require that the open space come together as a contiguous unit, which will provide more usable open space. It also prohibits stormwater management facilities in anything more than 10% of the required open space, which is going to generate more open space because you'll need the areas for stormwater management. So that will increase the required open space. I don't know if I articulated that real well. Maybe an engineer, Kevin, could articulate that better than I. But if you're going to have 15% or even 25% open space, but you're going to put your stormwater management facilities in almost all of it, then it's not terribly usable. But if you only allow stormwater management facilities in a small proportion of your open space, it will result in more land actually being open. That for the stormwater plus that for the required open space.
So can I just ask a quick question, Mary? And I'm just trying to understand this from an academic standpoint. If by doing this, are we setting the township up for a lawsuit? And the reason why I ask the question is that if I own 100 acres right now, or really, there's basically one large tract of undevelopable land that's left in this township right now. So you're basically saying that this ordinance is basically stating that 25% of that land is no longer usable. So the value of that land has basically gone down theoretically by 25%.
Well, there's two things with that. Number one, this ordinance only affects density reduction developments. So the owner of that large tract of land still has the ability to develop in accordance with the terms of the underlying zoning district. The second point is there is an awful lot of case law out there that if the zoning ordinance, if it doesn't affect the taking, which this doesn't come close to affecting a taking, you don't have any redress in court because your property is zoned to something that doesn't allow you to make as much money.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you go back to the first point? I didn't understand what you were saying.
Well, this is for the density modification or the density developments. So if I have a property in R2 and it's zoned R2, I can develop under the by right R2 regulations. I don't have to do a density modification development. I'm not required to do that. I still have the ability to develop under the underlying zoning district.
Okay. All right.
But Dave, it seemed to me like the Board of Commissioners, they were worried about these density modification developments like Hamilton and Roberts Road. I think that's what is driving this. As a matter of fact, two of them were on the record at that meeting saying, this is why we're concerned about. This is why we want.
I know, I completely understand, and I understand the timing, or as well as obviously the genesis
I don't know that any particular development is the genesis for the ordinance. I think that would probably be a misstatement. I think maybe plans come in and they just illustrate the need to address certain issues.
No, okay, I understand.
So Steve,
are we being asked, is 25% enough? I mean,
yeah, like they were all over the map. They were like 50%, should it be 50? Should it be 25%? Should it be 30%? Should it? And John Rice was like, listen, I really researched this. I'm really comfortable with 25% because it's actually more than that. When you exclude certain types of situations like floodplain and so it's more than 25.
You're also excluding setbacks, buffer areas.
Yes, right.
And Mr. Chairman, in answer to your question, yeah, the commissioners are looking for your recommendation on this ordinance. Recommend approval with some changes, recommend denial. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the planners, the volunteer planners, to give them direction on this.
So can we talk about the portion about the contiguous? That means that open space cannot be broken up in any way?
Correct.
Is that how you understand it?
Yes, that's correct. To break it up into multiple parcels would require zoning hearing board relief. That is a very common zoning ordinance provision.
What's that?
That open space be contiguous, so that or else you wind up with every landscape island, or you wind up having people count that as open space. So requiring that the open space be contiguous is a very common provision.
Okay. So if you had 10 acres of open space on a site, you're saying you can't put a road through that open space, or in?
No, you can't.
Can't touch it.
Yeah.
Or you can put a walking trail on it because that's a recreational facility.
Okay.
You could have an access road to access recreational facilities. You can even, if you have like a 10-acre parcel, you can even put parking areas in there because they're accessory and support the recreational use of the property. Okay. But if you're accessing the principal use, that would be a no.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Chairman, a possible possible motion would be Planning Commission recommends approval or adoption of the ordinance as written, and that could be one.
Well, I mean, frankly, I'm not qualified to make a judgment on whether John Rice's 25% is right or not. I sort of trust John Rice when he says he's an expert at this, and he did a lot of legwork and homework. So I don't know why I would say give another number. There's no rational reason for me to give another number. Either we say we don't know enough about this to even make an opinion, which is sort of silly because I think we feel a little more strongly about open space than that. But I feel like we got to go with what John Rice recommended.
That's like I say. So a proposed motion would be the Planning Commission recommends adoption of the ordinance as written. That's just one option for you.
Another option would be.
Sorry, just a quick question. I was missing some of that because I was trying to find the actual language again, and we were talking a little bit about about a possible density issue and not. I mean, do we need to consider, recommending it with looking at like that density issue? I didn't quite catch all of that and whether there was a feeling there might be a shortcoming here.
Sure. Well, I don't necessarily know it's a shortcoming, but if the goal is to not only increase open space that is required, but also drive down the density, the ordinance does not quite address that. So I'll just give an example. So if through a density modification, you provide the 25% open space from the 15, instead of, let's say, a 30,000 square foot lot, the developer, so at the 15%, you get 15 30,000 square foot lots, but at the 25%, maybe you still get the 15 lots, but now they're 20,000 square foot. So you're going to get the same number of lots and density, they're just going to be smaller. So they have to do that to account for the increase in open space. So if the goal is to decrease the density, then we need to look at the density factors as part of the amendment.
And Kevin's 100% right about that. If all you're going to do is increase the density or the open space requirement from 15 to 25%. But when you also make the requirement that the stormwater facilities have to be out of it, that will provide additional open space for you. I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to change the density, but it almost certainly has to, because now the open space facilities have to be like on their own lot are not part of the required open space. But
and Mary, I can give a kind of a real world example of where this occurred a little bit, where we saw the differences in lot sizes. It was the last phase of Ardrossan, where you had lots in there that were 2 acres, and then up along Newtown Road, some of those lots are 25,000 square foot. So they ended up being a lot smaller lot sizes than as you get further into the Ardrossan development. And that was all done under the density modification, but that developer chose to cluster homes in a more dense fashion to achieve larger areas of open space in the back. So a little bit of a different animal with the Ardrossan because of the naturalized areas and the conservation easements. But on a traditional development, only increasing the amount of open space required, whether it's through a percentage or excluding stormwater management. If a developer chooses to keep the density, there are no lot standards for the lots. So there's not a minimum lot size, there's not minimum lot width. So the developer only has to do is make smaller lots, whether it's 30,000 to 20,000 or 30,000 to 15,000 square feet. The lots just get smaller and they can still yield the same number.
But wouldn't they yield less lots because the stormwater facilities had to be on open space that's not part of the required open space? So I understand what you're saying about.
Yeah, not necessarily, because I can just put in a 5,000 square foot lot and still get my open space, still meet my stormwater management, and still yield my number of lots. It all depends on the product that the developer is trying to put out there. You know, the larger the house, the larger the lot they're going to want to put on there. But again, there's no lot standards in terms of lot size. So they just need to make the lot small enough to still get the density in there.
So you got to remember though, for the stormwater management, if the lots are larger, you can try to address stormwater management on the lots, not just for the home, not just for the dwelling, but for the streets and access. As the lots shrink in size, like Kevin said, say 15,000 square feet, a developer will then struggle more to do stormwater management for anything other than the home. So then they're going to be looking for an area to do the stormwater management for the streets, parking lots, or whatever. So as the lots shrink, so does the opportunity to do stormwater management for common areas on various lots.
Well,
so
yeah, and you can either rely on a developer to try to bring down density, or you can actually facilitate it through the ordinance language that would have a real-time effect on the density, that you know what the density cap would be. Right now, if you're relying on certain areas of open space to not count towards stormwater management, you know, it's kind of a gamble. You don't know that necessarily the density would come down. It may not, as it's currently written.
And you can make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners that they consider the issue Kevin raised, but I didn't want a point that I brought up in the beginning of the discussion to be overlooked, and that's that in my discussion with John this morning, he mentioned the fact that he thinks there should also be a change made to subsection B of this same section because it allows floodplains to be low, the open space to consist of floodplain soils. So if you read that section, it's like, you know, uses of the flood of the open space area can be like recreation, tree conservation, like mostly recreational, except for the tree conservation. And then it throws or floodplain soils or floodplain preservation, where most ordinances do not allow floodplain soils to be part of the required open space. Floodplain soils are natural resource areas that are protected in their own right and something separate and apart from required open space, which is supposed to be for the benefit of the residents of that community.
So I'm a little unclear. Well, actually, I just haven't had an opportunity to read all of what we're talking about tonight. So.
Well, Kevin's correct, Stephen. I mean, there's no doubt, and that's not. This ordinance isn't the vehicle that Kevin's talking about, but his point is valid. But what's before you is an ordinance to increase open space for things moving forward, right? For projects that may come in, maybe they don't, we don't know. Mm-hmm. So it's not going to affect any of the projects that were before you tonight. Their application was in prior to this. This will be for future land that may come in under land development. There's properties out there that we're not, most people don't even know about that are sizable that may come in at one point, you know, tomorrow, 1 year, 5 years, but they're out there. So this is a way to look at addressing that need.
No, I mean, just last week we were on a call on the Robert Road property. I think, Matt, you were on that call. Yeah, I mean, that's 42 acres.
And that's just one
yeah
property. I'm not saying there's 42 acre properties out there, but I can guarantee you there's, you know, 5 and 10 acre properties out there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So do we need to take a vote? Is that what you're asking for, Steve? It's like basically.
Could I just ask one question? So just looking at the, 1 second. So just looking at the ordinance, the first section is the one, Mary, that you were just talking about with the common open space. And can you just speak to the second section? Is that
the second section in the actual ordinance?
Yeah.
Is this in the PC packet?
Yeah, Steve, it's page 208 of 240 in the PDF.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That has, and I think then Steve addressed this in the beginning of the discussion, but I think what he's saying is that there was no open space requirements for the memory care, senior living, continuing care uses, and this ordinance would provide one. Is that correct, Steve?
It is. So this updates it. So these terms weren't in our ordinance previously, right? These are newer terms.
Which makes it clear. Developers, if you say nursing home and they come in with an assisted living facility, they say that's not what we have, so that doesn't apply to us. So updating the terms is important.
So why not the consistency of 25% in that part? Why 15%?
That could be a recommendation you made.
So Mary, is it currently 15% for all?
Yeah, no, the first section is only density mod. You mean, okay.
No, current ordinance. I mean, am I looking at it right now? On 280-91A as it stands is not less than 15%.
That's correct, but that's only density modification. That's the density modification section of the ordinance. Maybe I didn't understand your question.
Well, I think what Lane is saying is that we're going from 15 to 25 for the existing ordinance, and we're updating the ordinance to include uses that are not included right now, but only limiting them for some reason to 15%.
I think he was asking something else that I don't know the answer to.
No, I think what Skip's saying is right. It's 15 and it's going to get up to 25, but it's going to stay 15
for memory care.
Options.
Well, maybe the theory,
that's what it says.
I guess maybe the theory is that people that are having memory care are not recreating in open space.
I think the idea was that our terminology for elder care facilities was not up to date in the ordinance.
Well, it wasn't included in the ordinance, those uses. That's what you were saying, like it.
I
was included, but memory care might not be included.
They might not be labeled might not be labeled memory care facility or independent living or continuing care. The old, like sometimes they're elderly care, sometimes they're nursing homes. Kevin, I don't know what they're called in the ordinance.
But right now it's all 15%, is it not? Everything is 15%. This is
density mod
5% except for these facilities, and they stay at 15%. Is that right?
No, I don't believe so. I believe they would go to 25%. They're just included in this.
No, part 2 is 15%, man.
15%. There's two.
Wait a minute, time out. Kevin, Steve, underlying zoning districts, R2, R3, R4, is there an open space requirement if you don't go density modification?
I don't believe so.
I don't either. Steve? Roger?
I don't believe so either.
I wasn't saying that, Mary. I was saying that density modification, you want to change from the existing 15% to 25%. And then there was this secondary section that brought in 3 new categories, but for some reason that was left at 15%.
Exactly.
Density modification.
Right.
Right.
I'm still feeling like we didn't answer your question yet.
Skip, I think if maybe I could take a stab at it, I didn't, write the initial draft with John, is when you provide the density modification, there's an incentive for the developer to provide open space, and that incentive is he gets more homes. When you have this residential use, there's no increase in density. But we're still getting open space. So I think that may have been the thought process behind it. When we started including some of these elder care facilities, there's not a density bonus added to it for providing additional open space. It's just an open space requirement for those residential types of uses.
Which didn't exist before this new.
Correct. So those uses wouldn't have required open space, and now they do. Whereas density modification required some open space, and this ordinance would then increase that. So it's an increase across the board for those types of residential uses.
The only point I was trying to make is that it seemed that there were 2 standards, the 15% and the 25% standard.
Sure. And the 25%, you're getting you're giving the developer additional density. For the 15%, we're not giving anything away. We're getting more open space.
Right. So we could recommend theoretically just adopting the part 2.
Hello,
you
Roger.
can make whatever recommendation you'd like.
We have another country awoken. Roger, you have something you'd like to add?
Well, under the underlying zoning, there is no requirement for open space, but there's a maximum of building coverage and there's a maximum of impervious coverage across the site. So you get pervious site, but it's not passive or active open space or recreational open space like what density modification does. And the planning theory behind that is you take your homes, and if you have the 100-acre tract and you do density modification, you're not spreading your new construction over all 100 acres. You're pulling it into one part of the lot getting smaller lots, putting the same amount or a slightly more quantity of houses on there in a much smaller footprint, leaving the open space untouched. That's the theory behind the planning. There's a critical mass when doing that. If you make the requirement for open space too high, it doesn't incentivize the developer to build in the density modification zoning, and he goes back to the underlying zoning and scrapes the whole site, and you lose your natural resources. So, and again, I can't tell you if 25 is good or bad. I'll trust John, because I would have to put in the same homework that I'm sure John did looking at other ordinances. But there is a number where it becomes too intensive on the open space side, and the developers won't be incentivized to do it.
25% is a fine number. 25% is a number that we see in ordinances, unless you're talking about incredibly rural municipalities where you're trying to preserve massive amounts of ag soils, in which case you don't go with straight open space, you go with ag soil preservation. 25% when you're trying to do this kind of density reduction is an absolutely fine, acceptable area, acreage. So is 30%. Anywhere between 15 and 30% is acceptable. I think John picked 25% because it's on the high end, but not the highest.
And a good example of both cases are, as Kevin mentioned earlier, the Ardrossan site, where they have houses clustered in the one corner of the site and then larger pieces of open space. If you look at what was the older original Ardrossan development on the other side of Newtown Road, there are a bunch of 8-acre, 10-acre lots. And you don't necessarily preserve big chunks of open space. You have open space on the 10-acre lot, and you still have these large houses spread out all over the countryside instead of clustering and leaving a big piece of it untouched. It's just a difference in philosophy of planning.
Well, what was, so going back to the memory care, what was John's logic by having that just limited to 15%? Because I would think there it would be even higher from a land restriction of 25%, raise that even higher, because I would think with some like either senior living or memory care, you would want to have a fairly dense development. So if you're talking about raising it to hypothetically 30%, so on the remaining 70% of the land, those buildings would be fairly dense, which I would think would make more sense in that type of facility. So am I missing something with John's logic, or whoever suggested this 15% for the memory care or senior living?
I'm not 100% sure about the point that you were making. If the point that you're making is that you'd like to see more open space, why don't we go to 25? That's completely within the Planning Commission's purview to make that recommendation or not make that recommendation. If you're saying, why do we want open space in memory care?
No. I'm just trying to understand why there's not consistency. And I'm also looking at the perspective is that if I'm a developer and I am developing senior living or continuing care or whatever, I would think that wherever I develop or build my buildings, I would think that I would want to have as much density as possible, given the level of critical care that I'm going to need to spread out. I don't want to spread out my additional services over 100 acres. I would rather spread that out over 30 acres or less.
It's still a result of the underlying zoning. So you wouldn't have apartments in an R1 because they're not a permitted use, right? So giving putting onerous amounts of open space on apartments doesn't incentivize anyone to do it under a density modification. And in an R5, you have much less required, or you have much greater density, much greater impervious coverage. So putting a small amount of open space into a multifamily setting get you that open space that you're looking for and still incentivizes the developer to do it under that method.
So Roger, let me answer the question then. What happens if the land is zoned R1? And so if we're putting on this restriction 25%, how does that work then? The developer's just going to try to basically get the rezoning to do R2. This way they can put more lots in and more of a...
No. It's you apply the density modification factors to the R1. They're very clear in the ordinance. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the density modifications are different, like on a sliding scale for each residential zoning district.
Okay, maybe this can help a little bit. I'm sorry that I typed without muting myself, but I was trying to look at the zoning ordinance. Right now, there is no section 115.6 unless you amended it within the last couple months and codification didn't get it. But when I go online, there is no 115.6. So I have a text to Rice and he's answering me. I'll read it in a minute. But I think what he's trying to do is provide open space for those kind of uses. Dave, your question as to why they shouldn't be consistent with residential uses, that's a planning issue. If you think it should be, that's a perfectly fine recommendation to make.
All right.
I was just comparing the two. I also noted that in the first one where it's 25%, you can use up to 10% for stormwater. In the one with the 15%, you can't use anything for any of that for stormwater or any of the other things, and it carves out wetlands, floodplains, et cetera. So I think they actually, in a sort of roundabout way, are consistent.
Well, that's still assuming that you have stormwater issues or other issues with the land. However, if you have a dry piece of land that's not impacted by stormwater or any of the other things, clearly you're going to be able to, it's different.
Now you're always impacted by stormwater. If you're building a structure, you're impacted by stormwater.
You have to follow the stormwater management ordinance regardless of your land type. So based on your impervious surface, you're going to have to meet those requirements. Regardless of the building you're building, the stormwater ordinance is blind to use.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was caught up on the other section, which may not include buffer zones, floodplains, or wetlands. Okay.
In general, an increase in open space is a benefit to the environment and stormwater management.
Yeah. All right.
I'd like to circle back to Matt's comments at the beginning that if we have to rely on someone, we should be relying on John Rice. In other words, I think we could discuss this quite a bit longer, but maybe we should move off this because we have one more item.
Do we need to take any action tonight or just discuss this?
Make a recommendation.
I think the Board of Commissioners was hoping that the Planning Commission would provide a recommendation tonight, because the sooner an ordinance like this gets adopted, the sooner it can be effective.
So if you may recall, you have a recommendation
for section 1, but I haven't heard, I don't understand why you would have a section 2.
Because those categories weren't covered before.
It's it's adding, it's not amending, it's adding. The second one, I forget the number, the 115.6 is a new regulation.
Right. It's am I mistaken? It's a carve out from the first one.
No.
It's an add-on. It's an add-on.
It's a new requirement.
If you took out section 2, would those facilities be covered by section 1?
No.
No, because they're not part of it. They're not a density modification development.
Yeah, but just remember one thing. So section 2 actually exists in our present code with a different type of language, with an archaic language. It's 28668B. If you go to our code now, so it's really not, this is a new thing, but it's really the language about these facilities is in our code. It's just not in the right place. And the language is arcane. And that's why John rewrote it. It was semantical. This is a completely semantical, his rewrite of this.
I'm not, Matt, I'm not sure. I'm looking at.
Mary, I think Matt's referring to the use regulations in the PI, which is where John may have pulled the uses for the open space. So we were trying to marry up language as to what the code currently accounted for in terms of those types of residential uses, as well as then adding the elder care.
Am I muted? No. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm looking at 280. Which one did you say?
68B, which is the use regulations in the PI district.
Right. But it doesn't address open spaces.
No, it's just the uses. That's where John started to pull some of the residential uses for. If you look in there, it talks about homes for the children, the aged, that's the nursing homes. That's where John started to pull as a starter for the uses that would then require open space.
All right, but there's nothing in 280, 81 or 68B. I just went away from that to come back to you guys. That mentions open space.
No, it's just uses that are permitted by special exception in the PI district.
This is the first place where open space will be required of aged care facilities.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what
Mr. Chairman, you do have a resident with comment. There is a hand up, just so you know.
Why don't we do that?
Want to tee him up, Ian?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Christy Flynn. I live at 236 North Aberdeen. I've been hanging out all night to talk stormwater and open space with you. I have two things that I'd like to ask you to consider on this ordinance. I really appreciate Roger's framing of this issue because the density modification is a mechanism, I think, for the township to get something that they wouldn't otherwise. It's important that developers want to use this ordinance so that the open space is created that wouldn't otherwise be there. And so the two things that I would think could use a little finesse in this ordinance would be one, to differentiate between a subsurface stormwater facility and an above ground stormwater facility. There can be some very lovely parks on top of a subsurface stormwater facility that you would have no idea was also functioning as a stormwater system. And you could have dog parks and playgrounds and soccer fields and all of the things that we would like to have in our township on top of that stormwater, but that would not be allowed under this ordinance. And so I think that there could be a differentiation between those two different types of stormwater. And then the second thing, I totally agree with Mary's suggestion that it's not good enough to just have landscaped islands in the middle of a boulevard count as open space, but to create some flexibility in how this could be implemented on a variety of different sites. I would ask that you consider having all of the open space be either contiguous or of a minimum size. So, for example, if you had a 40-acre property, 10 acres is an enormous park. You could have, 4 fantastic 2-acre parks that served the uses on that overall property in a much better way than one giant park. And so I think that those two things would create better use and achieve the goals that the township is trying to get out of this ordinance. Thank you.
No, I think Christine makes a really good point about when it's contiguous, it really limits the design possibilities. I don't know if that, I'm not sure that that's the goal of the ordinance. I mean, the goal of the ordinance is to get as much open space as you can, but
as much usable open space
yes.
as you can. And that's the key. So if you're thinking about accommodating the kind of recommendation that Christine just made and that Steve seems to think it might be a good idea, then the way to do that is to give the Board of Commissioners some discretion, unless the Board of Commissioners in its sole discretion determines that, multiple open space areas work to serve the residents' interest in usable open space.
Is there a definition of usable?
Well, Stephen, don't forget the ordinance does note open space shall be contiguous unless approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Oh, okay.
Right? Unless otherwise, open space shall be contiguous.
It does say that. The hour is late. Thank you, Steve.
It says that they can do that, and we all know that contiguous open space is going to provide more opportunities for recreation trails as opposed to little dribs and drabs spread out through a development.
Of course.
And Stephen, generally in land use regulations, usable open space refers to open space that can either be suitable for agricultural purposes or for recreational purposes.
Okay.
Now, Mary, I think you mentioned something about John Rice was texting you, or
He didn't say anything that helps our discussion.
Okay, and then the last question I had on this was you mentioned the amending the removing the floodplain language from B, which isn't really before us, but is that's something we don't need to like include that in our recommendation with this? That's going to happen anyway, or is in works?
It's probably in the works. If you have thoughts about that, it's not a bad idea to express those thoughts. And so that's in.
Steve, was that the part that was in conflict with another section?
No, I don't think so.
It's the 280-91B.
83, 81.
No, 280-91B.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to read it to you. Okay. So what it says now is common open space shall be land which is appropriate and in suitable condition for recreation, park site, school grounds, woodland conservation, floodplain, or similar recreation or open space purpose. And I think when Rice took a look at it over the weekend after the packets had already gone out, he thought that maybe floodplain didn't fit real well in that sentence. I can screen share that, I think.
No, I agree. I would like to see that out.
And his thought process was floodplain is unusable to the developer anyway. So why include that in the open space?
Yeah, you can't put houses on it anyway. So it does, I don't know if anybody's like, can you see this, you guys?
Yes.
All right. So this is the section that we were referring to. Common open space shall be land which is appropriate and in suitable condition for park and recreation and park site. I think it says school grounds there, woodlands, conservation, floodplain, or similar recreation or open space purpose. And this is the word that the thought was maybe that should just lift right out. Now I will stop screen sharing.
Yeah, it is an odd concept to have in there. I mean, a developer doesn't decide if it's a suitable floodplain. It's an odd. I would. Is it just saying that you can use the floodplain as open space?
It is saying you can use the floodplain as open space, yes. And it seems to explicitly say that floodplain is an appropriate open space purpose, which is very unusual in an ordinance.
Yeah, I mean.
So maybe in the hopes of moving things along, I'd like to move to approve these two ordinance with the recommendation that they remove floodplain from that that next section that we just saw. That I'm not going to remember the exact number at this hour.
91B.
So it's recommendation of approval of ordinance number 2021-03 with Chris's recommendation, with Chris's condition on there. Chris's change.
What was Chris's change?
The same as John's, the removal of the floodplain.
Floodplain removal.
Got it.
Removal of floodplain for use as open space.
I wrote that down when Chris made the motion.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
What was our vote?
Unanimous.
No, I didn't see Dave's hand.
I didn't either.
The question, when you're saying remove floodplain, is you're also removing wetlands as well?
That wetlands isn't mentioned in that section. So
Okay.
it didn't have to be removed.
I'm sorry?
Wetlands wasn't mentioned in that section.
I thought, are you talking about 115.6?
No, I'm talking about 91B.
Okay.
It's not in the packet. You have to go to your full code.
Oh, okay. I approve.
And then one more thing on that ordinance before we leave it. And yeah, I know we're recording, but thank you. That was a difficult ordinance without a whole lot of background for the Planning Commission to review and make a recommendation on. And you know, it may be something that you revisit at some time in the future, but it's good to get it on the books now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So, Mr. Norsini, do we have 250 King of Prussia Road here?
Can we go back one, Steve?
I'm sorry. So I just do need to mention, Mr. Chairman, that 200 South Hythen, preliminary land development plan, construction of 9 single-family homes on individual lots. Just so if anybody's listening, per the applicant's request, that's been continued till April 2021. So it is not noted. It is not here tonight, but it will be back before you in April. All right. And I don't know that we have anybody here. Ian, do we?
I have two hands raised for
Tweedy.
public comment. They might be.
I see Alex Tweedy, and Alex Tweedy is the engineer for this zoning hearing board application. So we could let Alex participate.
Do we need to put a little background out here for the commission?
Yeah, I think Alex can give us that.
Okay.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
I apologize. There should be multiple people in the waiting room, both a representative from the applicant and the attorney. There was a whole team that's been on waiting.
I have a Joe Trainer.
Yes.
So
and I saw Bob Tucker was just added as well.
So if you could let them in, that would be greatly appreciated.
Good evening, everyone. This is Bob Tucker. I represent the applicant, being the property owner of 250 King of Prussia Road, located in the planned laboratory office district. With me tonight, we have a representative for the applicant, Joe Trainer, and our engineer, who was just talking, Alex Tweedy, from Landcore Engineering. Quick background, we're here this evening because the property owner filed a application with the zoning hearing board for 3-dimensional variances necessary to modernize the existing building on the property by providing additional parking by way of construction of a parking structure over portions of an existing parking space area on the property. The zoning hearing on this application is scheduled for March 18th. And of course, we will be back before the Planning Commission as part of its review of the land development application associated with this proposed parking structure. Briefly about the property, it's currently improved with an office building, and both the building and the property are non-conforming to many requirements of the Township Code, including landscaping, parking, and setbacks. I believe Alex is sharing an aerial of the property right now. And with that backdrop of the application and the property, I will turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, Bob, for the intro. Thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. As Bob mentioned, we're here for a zoning application for the property. We will be back. We do anticipate being back for land development, but we are looking to add a structured parking deck to the property 250 King of Prussia Road. As you guys are likely aware, the facility has been owned and operated by Penn Medicine for a number of years before they moved to their new facility down the road at 145 King of Prussia Road. Upon their move out, Brandywine acquired the property a few months ago. It's mostly vacant, and we're simply looking to re-tenant the building. As part of the re-tenanting, there are a number of repairs and renovations to make, because while the building is well situated and has great bones, I think we can all admit it's a little bit tired. The biggest piece of the renovation really is adding structured parking to solve for what's a very deficient existing condition with parking. So in a minute, I'll turn it over to Alex from Landcore, who will be able to talk through the details. But overall, our goal was to add structured parking and add a relatively small structured parking deck in a way that minimizes the impact of both the property and the surrounding properties. So with that, I appreciate your time, and I'll turn it over to Alex to run through the details.
Thank you, Joe. As you can see, I believe everyone can see my screen share for the existing property. I assume most of you are familiar with the property. In the center is the existing building. There is a ring road, what I'll refer to as a ring road, between King of Prussia Road and Radnor Chester Road that bisects 250 from 259 with different users. Both parking lots are fed off that ring road. The main parking fields, our property has a small parking court directly off King of Prussia Road, but the majority of the site is fed off the ring road. And the main parking field is to the east of the building, and the main entrance to the building is on this eastern facade. As noted, there is parking deficiencies on this property. It's been underparked for a number of years. And the goal of this project is to improve that condition with the addition of a structured parking deck. What we are proposing, and I'll bring up the proposed plan here. What we are proposing is 2 levels of structured parking that is constructed above the existing surface parking lot. A lot of the zoning relief relates to why the building is situated where it is and how it had to be situated to maintain certain key circulation standards for the property. If you're familiar with the property, the first entrance off King of Prussia Road is right here and aligns and takes you almost directly to the main entrance. That road then circulates to the south and comes around the rest of the building and is able to get you to another entrance off the ring road as well. The main goal of this development was to not impact that core circulation, that main circulation path through the property with the construction of this garage, both for vehicular access and more importantly for emergency access. What we don't want to do is have to circulate a emergency vehicle through a structured parking deck when we're able to leave them on the surface. So what that required us to do was start the parking garage south of that entrance road and then construct the garage as is shown on this plan. What that generates the three-dimensional reliefs that are being required are the first variances for setbacks. If you can see, the property line is here. It's a unique property line. When it was subdivided, originally 250 and 259 were owned by the same entity and a subdivision line was struck. It's definitely a unique property alignment as it doesn't follow the ring road or any other constructed infrastructure improvement for the property. But because of the nature of where this is constructed and the fact that this building was built in the 50s prior to the PL zoning, the parking and the buildings, et cetera, were all existing non-compliant for setbacks. And this garage, even though it's being constructed on top of other existing parking, it would require setback relief from the property lines as shown. I think it's important to note on that with this existing feature, though there's a setback variance being requested on the eastern edge, you're being set back from a wooded stream corridor and the bus staging area for the high school. And on the south side, the setback is just from additional parking fields that were part of the 259 building. The second relief that's being requested is for building and structure area to exceed the code requirement. That once again is non-conforming in its existing condition. Since we're building a parking structure that is also classified in the building and structure coverage standard. So that adds structure coverage area to the property and thus further exceeds that variance coverage. I think what should be noted on that variance standard is this building was obviously constructed prior to the zoning classifications, and portions of this building are 1 and 2 story. So it's a very low, very broad building. The current PLO district promotes or allows for 3-story buildings. If this square footage were built in its 3-story footprint, if it were existing today, the 3-story building in this garage would be compliant. So really the nature of this variance is because of the building coverage that was kind of set when this building was built in the 50s as a low level, large footprint, low height type building. And then the third variance we need is from the minimum required landscape area. As you can see in the rear portion, the southern limit of this garage does extend over the limit of the existing parking field, the surface parking field, and goes slightly into the green space on the southern edge of the property. That is a function of the preservation of maintaining this circulation path through the property and also the minimum size of the garage in order to be able to build this garage functionally where we can park on the slope, the ramp of the garage. There's a minimum or a maximum slope that is acceptable to park vehicles on. So just getting from floor to floor determines a minimum length of that ramp. And then you need aisles and features at the end to be able to make the turn. So just looking at that minimum length to get from one floor to the other with acceptable slopes, it determines the minimum length of this garage, which we've minimized to the greatest extent possible, but it does extend into the green space slightly, generating the need for a minimum landscape area variance because we are removing a certain portion of green space on the property. In effort to keep our presentation moving at this late hour, I think that's a good summary of at least the zoning relief we're seeking, unless there are specific questions.
Alex, you're still going to use the garage that's in the main building, right?
Correct. Yeah, we are making any modifications to the existing building. The 2 levels of the garage that are part of the 4-story tower are being maintained, as well as the upper parking field and any accessory parking that wraps around the southern and western sides are all remaining the same.
How big is the building, and how many current or existing spaces you have, as well as how many spaces you'll have altogether?
Yeah, it's approximately 160,000 square foot building. So with the parking calculations, we calculated a required parking need is 936 existing and 967 proposed. And that the difference in those, there's not really a change to the building. It's just the proportions of potential exam rooms and medical office space distribution through the building that makes that minor change. In the existing condition, there are 373 parking stalls today, which is approximately 40% of the required parking. We're proposing to increase that by a net increase of 166 stalls, taking us up to 539 stalls on the property. And that improves the nonconformity. We're up to approximately 56% of the required from the existing nonconformity today of only the 40%.
I do think it's important to note, Alex, that what we've planned today shows the current mix of what the building was, a mix of medical office to office. I do foresee that our mix of office will be higher, medical office lower, which office has a lower parking requirement. So this is kind of worst case scenario. So I think we're even improving on that.
So you guys don't have a
what we held.
We don't.
Now, but what we did, we base it on the worst case scenario just for zoning procedure. The current building breakdown is about a 70% medical office to 30% office mix. All the parking calcs I used were based on that same ratio breakdown for the proposed tenant mix. We expect that will probably be, like Joe noted, probably less medical office, more standard office. But from a zoning standpoint, we needed to show the worst case scenario on the chart. So we expect that percentage of nonconformity to improve even greater, because as we add more office and take away medical office, obviously the required parking reduces as we change that ratio between medical office and standard office. And I think the only other thing I'll add, we do have some renderings and some photos just to give you some context of what this site will look like. This is the existing building. As we noted, this is the 4-story tower with 2 floors of parking garage underneath it, which will stay the same. The main parking field here, which is the location of the garage. And here is that main entrance that is being preserved to allow this circulation to occur. This is the rendering of the proposed 2 levels of structured parking above that existing parking court. And as you can see, this entrance is maintained. There'll be the main stair tower in this right corner, which will align with the main entrance into the building. And then here's some perspective views from the street. The parking garage is nicely screened by the existing street trees and buffering that exists along King of Prussia Road today. This is the existing boulevard entrance, the main parking field you see in the background. And then this is the same entrance with the parking structure constructed in the back.
What is the extent of your proposed interior redo in the main building?
So at the main building, we're looking at keeping the entry location, existing main entry where it is. We are looking at relocating the main core elevator because the building right now is a little bit confusing. So we're looking to simplify it. And then we have to do a new roof. We're looking at replacing some of the dated mechanical systems. And then the biggest piece, which will go in front of design review board for, is replacing the existing glass around the exterior building with a new glass system. But we are intending, right now we're utilizing the existing building structure and footprint. We're actually taking off, I'm not sure if you can tell from this plan or from the prior plan, there's like a little appendage. It's about 1,300 square feet that we're proposing to take off just because architecturally it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It seemed like an afterthought on the building.
So do you guys have an estimate of how many cars use the site daily now?
We don't. We could get an estimate of what it was prior, but again, it's a very different use between what was there before with Penn Medicine medical office. There's a lot of traffic regularly throughout the day in and out with patients and so forth. What we see this building really being re-tenanted as is mostly office, potentially lab. All the by right uses within the PLO district are a much lower density parking standpoint, and also just a much lower traffic in and out on a regular basis.
Right, but what I'm saying is that because 145 didn't exist when this building was in full use, 145 dumps a lot of traffic. You guys, when you're fully up and running, are going to dump more traffic than you do now. So from a planning perspective, I know we're going to want traffic studies. Okay. I'm just saying, I know that that's not the issue for tonight, but you guys are, it's to me, it feels like a fairly major project.
Okay. So I appreciate that. Well,
Mr. Chairman, when they come in for, should they come in for land development, a traffic impact study is going to be required, and we've had the applicant's aware of that.
But Steve, when you say should they come in, what do you mean by should they come in?
They've already agreed that they will come in.
Right. So, I meant that, let's say they didn't get the zoning relief they wanted and the project went away, they're not going to be before you. But assuming the project's going to move forward, they will go through the land development process, and in the land development process, they're going to be required to do a traffic impact study.
I guess what I really feel about this is, I'm not qualified as a planning commissioner to deal with what the zoning hearing board is going to deal with, but I sure feel like I sure feel like this should come before planning as a land development plan. I feel strongly about that, and I think that so. I guess the issue for us tonight is, it's more of it's our recommendation to the zoning hearing board is that they listen to this, that they consider this, I guess, right?
Yeah, and Matt, I will add that a land development application has already been filed.
Okay.
I believe.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Chairman, that the Planning Commission be neutral, but that they ask the zoning hearing board to take note of the fact that land development will be required if relief is granted?
Yes. Yes, that would be my feeling. I just think that's the most appropriate move for us. But I'm willing to listen to any other planners who feel differently or have their own thoughts on this, especially Skip, since you went through 145 King of Prussia for many years.
Can I ask a clarifying question on your comment? And this is maybe preemptive to the follow-up conversation with land development, but I just want to understand what your comment was so that we're clear on what we're preparing for future discussions. Should zoning relief be required? You're asking about traffic from this building relative to 145. And you're noting that I think I'm a little confused in how you phrased it, because when 145 did their traffic studies for that project, this building was occupied and operating at full traffic generation. So this building's traffic, or 145's traffic study would have covered this building's traffic plus the 145 traffic. Though this use moved to 145, as soon as we backfill this building, likely at less medical office and more standard office, which would decrease the traffic from that 145 study, we would be equivalent to what was studied when 145 was approved. So
I think the whole staff is trying to jump at that and tell you that that is exactly what has to be decided during land development as part of the traffic study.
Thank you. I'm just trying to clarify the comment, because he was saying none of this parking was analyzed for traffic, or none of this traffic was analyzed in the study. And I mean, we'll discuss it with land development, but
Alex, don't get lost on that. Alex, don't get lost on that. You're going to do a traffic impact study. You're going to meet with Damon and myself, and we're going to go over the parameters solely on what you're doing.
Land development's already filed. Land development's already filed.
So we're going to review traffic impact study. Don't get hung up on this. So the traffic impact study, we're going to look at that based on what you submit, based on all the surrounding areas like we do. And we'll tell you the limits once we review it.
Hey, Matt, you asked for my comment compared to 145. 145 was primarily a lab type facility that was nearly vacant. And the newer use is a higher density traffic wise use. This is a continuation of an existing use. My understanding of this building that we're looking at on the slide right here is that they had ancillary parking that they had arranged to get somewhere else in the nearby vicinity. That was, they leased it to supplement their parking. I think that basically it's a continuation of a use. It's a reduction of a use. And I'm not as opposed to the idea that they should seek zoning relief and that we might recommend it. I don't think it acts to increase traffic materially more than where they did the studies years ago with 145, to Alex's point.
Well, I accept that. And you lived through it more than I did.
Biomed. But that was a change of use. This is, right. If anything, that was a density increase change of use, 145. This is a potentially density decrease change of use in terms of traffic.
Yeah, I just think that we ought to let the zoning hearing board do its job.
Right. So I think our goal or our job here is to either recommend it or not recommend it, but let it go to zoning. Because we'll be seeing it sooner or later anyway, unless zoning turns them down.
Right.
And then they could probably adjust the footprint anyway and still get some yield of extra parking.
Okay. Any other planning commissioners have thoughts?
Any public comment?
Somebody want to make a motion?
Well, did Ian say there was no comment?
Or no, wait a minute. We make a recommendation, don't we, Steve?
Yes. So that a recommendation, whatever you're comfortable with regarding this application.
I think Skip had it on the nose. If Skip, you want to repeat what you just said?
I'm starting to forget already.
Yeah, I know.
I guess it's because I would recommend that it go to zoning, consistent with their representations that there will be more in compliance with our parking regulations afterwards than they are today. That isn't what I said before, but I basically think it should go to zoning. I recommend it goes to zoning.
Okay.
You're recommending neutrality. Skip, is that what you're saying?
I guess I am saying that let zoning decide. Yeah. In other words, if that constitutes neutrality, because I didn't take a position that I'm in favor of it, I guess I'm positively neutral or neutrally positive. That doesn't help, does it?
I think it's.
I don't know, but I'll second it.
Having used the building in the past, any additional parking would have been a godsend then. And Kathy Bogosian and I always use them as the poster child for underserved and underparked buildings. So let me try one more time. I recommend that the zoning consider this application.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I was waving to Dave's queen wave there.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Yeah.
For your time.
Matt, are we done?
I don't have any new business or old business. I think we are, and I appreciate everyone hanging in there tonight. Sort of a weird agenda, but we got through it.
Yeah.
You did a really good job tonight on a really tough agenda. It was a really difficult agenda.
Anyway, Chris, welcome. And Skip, of course, welcome back. And everyone have a good night.
All right.
Yeah, Chris. You too. Thanks.